Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Tenax series, season 5. It's the first week of playoffs, everyone. I guess say first week. It's the first day. We have 2 days of action, two best of threes today. I suppose a best of 5 tomorrow, so you won't want to miss any of it here at the Twitch channel. My name is Soren. Joining me on the desk today is Zero. Zero, how we feeling today, man?
I'm doing great. It's good to be back on the desk for playoffs. Had a few weeks break there in between, but I know there's been some exciting action going on. And what a better place to pick back up than the first day of playoffs. Like you said, uh, we have 2 separate days today. We're going to see a quarterfinals match of Solstrix going up against Kinetic. And then after this, we'll be having those semifinal matches. Both are going to be best of threes. And then tomorrow, as well at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. There will be a best of 5 for those grand finals, Soren. And, I know you've been back and forth a little bit, but it's good to see you back here as
Yeah.
well. And I know there's some big stakes here. I think bigger than Series 4. So it just keeps on ramping up. If you want to, give us a little bit more insight on that.
Yeah, absolutely. $600 prize pool, a lot to earn here on season number 5. And there's a lot of really good teams in the
Mhm.
mix to win it. I know just a couple of days ago, we saw Skyline Otters, secure their spot, not just in the playoffs, but in that 1 seed. So we're going to be seeing them probably in game number 2 today versus whoever wins the game versus Catnappers and I believe Hyperspeed. But our game that we're going to be watching right now is Solstrix versus Kinetic, which I think is actually a really, really interesting matchup because Solstrix won in a little bit more convincing fashion in their group. 4-1 plus 22 rounds, very solid. Kinetic, though, kind of just scraping by, just barely inch out Prosperity X. I believe it came down to a head-to-head. They were pretty
Yeah.
much exactly tied across the board. But I do want to point out, despite the fact that it was so close on the series count, they did technically win more rounds.
Yeah.
In their entirety. So technically a little bit better in their actual games. So I think this is actually a lot closer of a match than it looks like it might be on paper. So I think this is going to be a banger of a series. I'm excited to see how these two teams deal with each other.
It should be is super exciting. And yeah, it's very interesting to look over like Group A, Skyline Otters coming in as the top seed at 4-1, 9-3 on maps. Catnappers coming in as second seed, 4-1, 8-3 on maps, and then Kinetic 3-2, 7-5 on maps. But then Group B, like you said, all three teams are 4-1 throughout their series, and it goes 8-2 for Exalted Monarchs, 8-2 for Solstrix, and then 8-3 for Hyperspeed. So I feel like this is going to be the most competitive playoffs that Tenax series has ever seen. And I think what's going to make that even more competitive and even more unknown is this patch that actually just recently came out. It dropped
Yeah.
today. And if you're not aware what I'm talking about, it is actually it's crazy, man. Everything's changed. Valorant, the Tejo meta effects. I'm not sure. I know there's some mixed opinions here and there. Just to briefly touch on it, the rifles in this game got a little bit of a buff. So now instead of 2 tap bursting, you can tap for about 4 bullets and have a little extra room there. Some map changes like Pearl got changed, which we won't be seeing in today's map pool or this tournament's map pool, but Abyss is in the current
Yeah.
map pool, and that did have some changes over towards mid and B site. We'll have to see if we end up seeing those either today or tomorrow. But the big thing is the changes to all the agents. Almost every agent across the board got nerfed. Anyone with a, a cooldown that's a rechargeable got upped. All the initiators, their abilities went from 40 seconds to 60 seconds. And so it just completely removes a cycle of utility from the game. And I think Soren, as we get into today, we'll start to see some of those effects because not only that, but big sentinels got nerfed, like Vise, right? There's no info
Yeah.
off the flash anymore. It's less time on the trips, right? Yoru, which was the best duelist for, I mean, pretty much 2 years now. Maybe hasn't been played at that level for 2 years, but got nerfed gigantically with his ult. There's some other big buffs like the KO Flash getting a little bit of a buff and just general changes to stuns. I don't think we're going to go through every single patch change right now, but just know if you're seeing something in today's stream, you're like, why the heck is that not happening? It's probably not because you're misseeing it. It's probably because it got changed, taken out of the game, whatever it is. And I'm really interested to see if these teams decide to stick to what they're kind of used to, or are going to be like, let's just free ball it. I mean, like those ranked
Yeah.
agents, they got buffed. Clove still really good, and I think we might see some chaos today. I'm really excited to see once we hop into agent select how it's going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking a look at our, our maps for today, I think we're actually going to see a big difference in how these two teams play. It really does kind of feel like everything from previous playoffs or from previous two playoffs really can kind of be thrown out the window. But we do see the maps here. We are going to be going over to Haven first, then we're going to be going over to Lotus for game number 2. And if we end up going to a decider, we will be landing on Sunset. And that Haven and Lotus is very particular in my brain because, I mean, you said it. There's only so many cycles of utility. Right now,
Mhm.
you're gonna pretty much on average maybe have two, maybe squeak out a third rotation with how the new cycling is gonna
Yeah.
work. In that situation on maps like Haven and Lotus, think Rubble over on Lotus, think a lobby on Haven. It's so common. It was so often you would see a lot of teams just immediately dump util into those spaces, try to push back any very quick attacks, or they would use it to try to poke and prod, maybe play a little bit offensive on the defensive side, or they'd use it to sneak someone in. But now if teams want to do that off rip like they used to do all the time, that's going to be one cycle done and over with.
Especially if you're on
I
defense, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of util that usually gets invested that could be very helpful for retakes. Normally, if it's a seaside hit, you drop some util over on A, you back away, you don't find anything. By the time the push happens, you rotate over to C. Most of your stuff's practically already back into your pocket, if not close to. But now,
Mhm.
that's just not going to be the case. So I'm really excited. I think Haven and Lotus State are going to be very chaotic because, again, this drop today, these teams have had almost no time to
What, like
actually get their
3 hours?
hands on it. Yeah, these teams are going to be working on the fly. One of my favorite expressions, building the plane as it's flying, trying to figure out how they are going to be adapting to this new. I was going to say new meta. This is just new
I mean,
Valorant. This is like
it's
a
it
whole
is
new
new Valorant.
game.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is because I mean, like you said, I mean, I think these three site maps is where it gets affected the most because you're trying to you lean into like those more defaulty styles. You want to go aggressive and then play into the mid round, whatever, whatever. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, especially because I mean, I feel like the amount of series I've cast here, where it's this is the exact map pool, man. This is it. It's
Yeah,
Haven, Lotus,
you're right.
Sunset. It's like bang, 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 1, 2, and 3 as we're going here. So I'm excited still to see this because I think there's a lot of opportunity for individuals to start to show up as well. I mean, the whole point of this patch is to focus on gunplay more. Really, is what the devs have come out and said. So if we're taking that approach, I know some of these players you look at GC and especially like GC players and especially Tenax series, I feel like what comes out on top consistently is whenever you have a team that has good like small ideas, but the micro is there, right? You have the teammates
Yeah.
that are playing off each other well. They can shoot really good, and it's maybe not the best macro strategy overall, but it's those small micro moments where you're setting up the crossfires, doing the 1-2 swings, sending a piece of utility, and just playing off it pretty well. It's those moments that have these teams come out on top, and I think we've seen that consistently with players. I mean, if you look back on it, like Cokes, who has been a consistent part of so many Tenax series rosters that have come out winning. It's just over and over again. You look at their style of play, and that's just one example. But like, it's again, it's gonna come down to the individuals. It's gonna come down to those people who know how to make those moments shine and play it as a team in those smaller situations best. But I'm interested to see Soren. We got this matchup first. Both of these teams, Solstrix as that second seed, Kinetic as the third seed. But do you have any predictions coming out here for this first matchup?
I I don't know. I'm very expecting. Oh, excuse me. I'm very much expecting duelists to have a big say in today's matchup because again, there's a lot of stuff happening. Duelists typically are seen as those players, or at least more, I want to say advanced, but not in terms of like skill level, but just in how aggressive they play on the map. It's
Mhm.
usually the duelist or like a more advanced initiator or like a chamber. Those roles all get a lot of players who are known for making those big game plays, those big decision makers,
Yeah.
those players that change the whole landscape of a round just through one of their plays. And because of these patches, because of this patch, excuse me, Duelist pretty much all across the board got a pretty quiet buff.
Yeah.
Anyone who really didn't get adjusted is now much stronger because they don't have to run into as much utility as they used to do, or people are now going to be far more hesitant to invest utility. I really think that the biggest thing is going to be with space taking duelists because the people are very wary about the fact that there's always going to be a jet or there's always going to be a waylay. People were very willing to throw utility at those space taking duelists to try to either force them to step back or to deal with them as they enter sight. I don't think people are going to be willing to do that nearly as much if they don't know that there's not more than that singular duelist on site.
And it's
So
hard.
I'm expecting these duelists are going to be a big decision maker here.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think you've said it perfectly, right? The duelist, the agents. I mean, I guess you can throw Chamber in there and technically Veto, but that dude's not he's not legal yet, so don't have to see any of him going on today. But any character that has a movement ability, a get out of jail free card, has insanely gotten buffed because of this. Because, like you said, right, you don't want to, if you don't have confirmed info, you're not wanting to invest that utility. And not only that, but a lot of the utility to get these agents off of those lines have been nerfed. So the judge, I know, I know Luna One is cracking in their sleep right now just because this Odin. I mean, it's just going to be ridiculous. You can just like, oh, no utility to push me back. I guess I can just spam this wall with
Yeah.
like Prime Brock out there. You have the op that you can just hold lines, can't get pushed off. Judge, not going to get traded. So I think, like you said, Duelist's going to come out, and we're really going to have to keep an eye on them, especially I think on these maps where you're going to be wanting to burst open those sites, and you can really lean into that operator pick. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like I said, a change of compositions, right? A heavier lean into chamber, maybe some clove action
Yeah.
as well, because no one knows what the meta is going to be right now. It's kind of all
Yeah.
up in the air, all in limbo. But yeah, we'll have to see it, and uh, well,
Yeah.
I think we should be hopefully getting started relatively soon. Apologies for any delays. I think there was a little bit of a sub situation getting on here, but we should be quickly getting that
Yeah.
settled out for you.
Yeah, it looks like I think all players are in lobby. We're just making sure everyone's ready. But
Mhm.
speaking as we go into these maps, I don't know how often Vice is used on Haven, but I know Lotus is a big map where Vice is utilized on, as well as Sunset
Yeah.
sometimes. And I think that's going to be one of the agents that have been hit the hardest by this most recent patch, because not only did some of the rechargeable abilities get pretty heavily nerfed, but in general, pretty much every single piece of utility that Vice has, as well as a lot of the information gathering
No, yeah,
tools, have
exactly.
been just gutted out, which is a big reason you played Vice. He's very, I don't want to say similar to Cypher, because Cypher is so much more
I
information
mean,
focused, but she's a much more, I think, defensive information gatherer. You're not
and
going
I
to get
think
the exact location of where anyone is, but you can get information that's crucial when you are like solo holding a site.
yeah, and I think the flash as well was the main component of that, right? You don't have that sound that
Yeah.
plays anymore. Not only that, but you can shoot the flash while it's going off, which was previously not possible. But I think the Vice Flash, the sound being removed from the confirmation is huge because you don't on attack, you can't default. You can't default nearly as much because with Cypher, right, you can throw out your camera, or with Killjoy, you can put your turret up and have that passive info. With Vice, you used to be able to clear out spaces, but now you don't have that mid-range utility anymore. It's just, and on defense, you can't clear a site, you can't like get that information. But not only that, I think coming over to Haven, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cypher, where he's pretty popular, but he also had huge changes, right? So the biggest change I think for Cypher is that no longer it actually does damage for his trip, but it also doesn't reveal. So the only time it reveals is at that end
Yeah.
of the trip whenever you would get stunned. And honestly, I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've gotten stunned by a Cypher tripwire and had damage done to me. And now that's the only time it's going to be revealed. So the entire play style has been changed from this guy who can have these informational setups where you spread out his trips throughout the map. You can play for a wide range of setups, or you can set up with sort of like kill trips and try to anchor the site. You really can't play for anchoring anymore. Like, right? You can't use your trips as a utility to like get you kills, or at least super consistently. You're really having to rely on your camera for that physical information of the outline of the character. So really interested to see how that kind of affects these defensive halves. And I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised, maybe see some Killjoy. I know she got some changes, but I don't think anywhere near significant.
Yeah.
It was just like relatively like cooldown changes and stuff like that, but super interested to see. I don't know how this is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also have to think about it. I mean, with the cipher nerf as well, like you said, the fact that it no longer gives away the location until the actual trip is, set off. That's actually massive. I think the biggest agent that's going to get a massive buff out of that, I think, is Neon. I mean, in terms of space taking agents, there's the Rays, there's the Jet, there's the Waylay, who all have means of just being able to go over pretty much any trips.
Yeah.
Most of them just fly into sight. But Neon doesn't have that luxury, so she is the most vulnerable to those trips. But now, as long as you have some
What?
follow-up, you can get that for practically free. As we do see the agent select come
Okay.
out, we see the Harbor Omen come through, who Omen
That is
also got a little bit of a,
crazy.
a nerf. But yeah, we do see the Neon come out. I definitely don't think anywhere near as popular here on this map, but maybe that's more of a subject to the changes with this last patch. Maybe people are a little bit more willing to go Neon. So we do see the start of round one here. Immediately, we see a lot of action over on C main, though it does look like the attack is going to be completely stalled out. For Your Sake pushes all the way up in the garage, but everyone pushing out through C main kind of get gunned down. So now it's a 3v4 situation. They have to readjust.
Right here.
A lot of map space either, and Crystal takes down For Your Sake, so now it's in a 4v2. These players towards long, they have to make a move for it, but everyone's rotating over towards this C site, and it's a lot of work to get this one done. They still have smokes though with the Harbor. They need to win out this first fight.
Last player standing.
This defensive side of Solstrix doing a very darn good job of holding Crystal, coming up massive. Sova on the defense, not typically where you would see that agent thrive, but when everyone runs in towards them, they're just able to mow them down. 4K for them. They're going to get themselves on the board first. That should be really nice. They're going to buy out a pretty healthy amount, and it looks like we're not going to see any energy shenanigans with stingers or any other crazy buyouts coming from this attack side of Kinetic.
Not quite yet, at least, but will be one sheriff in the hands of Fel, so maybe trying to get a little bit of something done. On the other side, ooh, wow.
Spike down mid.
Goggles offense. Thought you had less utility after this patch. I mean, now you have no utility to give out information. I'm very interested to see how Marceline comes in with this Harbor pick to kind of make some effects. I know we used to see it with this Harbor Viper comp back in 2023, but since then there's not been a lot going on, but with shots like that, it might not matter. They're able to take the site, get this spike down.
Yeah, seeing a good amount of utility used and Fel going crazy, giving the team the opportunity for a win there, but Vi, they saw Crystal get the 4K in round one. They said, anything you could do, I could do better. Get a 4K themselves on that retake. Clean shots. It's not clean for a round, though. Two members falling, though. I think they both had pretty low buys. They were able to keep both rifles as well as that outlaw. So not a big hit to the economy, but it's definitely more coins in the pockets for this attack side.
Certainly. So it's just I believe a Stinger and a Ghost, so we'll see Zapix buy up, and this will be a pretty healthy bonus round for Solstrix. Excuse me, Solstrix. I can say that correctly, but as we get on to this first round, the anti-bonus for Kinetic. You're really trying to deny info, and I think this harbor, this second layer of smokes will really help facilitate that, kind of playing it like how you would this Viper, try to get that early short control, push through that wall. Other than that, we're not seeing any aggressive peeks other than the Outlaw over towards Garage from Vi. And another that's pretty passive so far. No team really wants to make that first move and overextend, but we also haven't seen a lot, again, of that initiator utility. These players are very weary about committing that early on because you just don't have it, right? The cooldowns for all abilities, smokes as well, have been nerfed. So the drone comes out, clears out middle. And Solstrix, they think it's an A hit. They rotated all these players over, but now they're second guessing. They're wondering if they made the right call. They have no information over towards C, but as we can tell, it's exactly where Kinetic is going to end up hitting.
Yeah. We did not see any big like wolf pack mentality coming out from this defense. Mostly because we do see one hero rifle was invested, Zapix being the one to pick it up. They are going to hopefully have that in hand, but they can catch a Cypher over in B main as the rest of the team is looking for this retake. It's a very slow push out though. For Your Sake does catch the one over in B, so they're stopping a little bit of assistance that's going to be coming in for this retake. They also now no longer have info on that chamber as they try to push in. Goggles mows down one. For Your Sake finds two more over in Garage. And Goggles, it's a clean sweep. There was investment there from Solstrix as well, so that's not amazing for them, but that was the bonus, so it's not too much of a loss. It's expected for Kinetic to pick that one up, but they do it in clean fashion in the process.
And that was really off the basis of just rotating super early over towards A, wanting to get that stack going. But I mean, when you have these kill trips, you can look at it, right? The setup of Cypher over towards A, whenever you used to see this a lot, you'd be playing over towards Heaven like Zapix was. You're trying to put those tripwires up and get those kills, but you can't really do that anymore. So these more, I guess, aggressive tripwires is very interesting to see here, but now there are 3 players stacked over towards C trying to punish any aggression here. Spam through that smoke over towards long, but it's just grabbing orbs very close. So Marceline just walking up here, spots the shoulder of Zapix now on that camera.
Right there.
Tricky tripwire is gonna be noted there. But you know, the moment it's broken, all hell's gonna break loose. So they're getting prepared. It's gonna be a simultaneous hit as Fell just runs into the back line. Marceline on the contact behind them finds the player trying to push out through CT. Gets mowed down, and now Sight is theirs to take. The harbor utility is gonna be used to hold them off. They have one sitting on flank, but in this position, I don't know. They did buy out. It's a very rough position. It's also not a good position to just die in. You have to fight this.
You have to fight this or save, and I think saving is going to be the option. You already can see these players on the minimap in positions where they're playing for exit kills, but with this is 2 flawless rounds in a row for Kinetic. They'll take down Crystal. With that being said, but this money is going to start to get out of hand very quickly for this attacking side. And this is what I'm talking about, this double controller compositions, I feel like it just become even more powerful on these maps where you get the spike down and it's hard to retake. You have to break these crossfires, but if you just have constant layers of smokes, even though the cooldowns are effective, it can be hard to get back in. So we'll have to see if there can be any disruption, any floods coming out. And did notice Spooky was able to, or Starry, I believe, taking down 2 players, but not that much of a detriment to the economy, so they won't mind it too much, but it'll be a full buy still across the board For Your Sake with an Outlaw. And it will be everyone, I mean, Starry and Certipix still have full armor, so we'll have to see if that maybe affects anything, but a bit more of a standard setup here over towards this C site, I feel like, on the defense, but again, very slow start.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why those 2 fell the Starry, but we do see over on C, very aggressive harbor, broke a trip, pushed all the way up, has taken a lot of space. has not been met by anything else. I don't know if they're going to expect them there. They won't. Daphne's with a massive kill. Why don't my right clicks do that? They're going to hold off just enough of this attack side to allow for a bit of a rotation. But it looks like this Omen might just be trapped in a very awkward position as the rest of the attack swings through. Stinger in hand is going to find the spike as well. Okay, Vi. Having to do the most with a scattered buy at best. Crystal. Only player with a rifle.
Chunk of damage there on this.
Last player standing.
Okay, push through comes out now. And a 2v1. Despite the odds, despite the rifle disadvantage, Vi going crazy with that Stinger. Finds 3, brings their team to a victory. That's a massive win on the board on an eco round.
It's huge, and it came off of that right click from Zapix, taking down Marceline and picking up that rifle. And it was just the ability to hold back a sight, never give that up, and flood through. Exactly how you want to be playing this defense for Soul Strix. And so they'll be able to bounce back. Both teams again with a full buy, and this is where these ults are going to start coming online. The force pop for your sake. It takes down Vi, hands of Marceline, and another peek. These players are just one by one taking these shots, but it's not going to do anything. And now it's a 5v3, but all 3 players on this defense are already here.
Okay, the push through comes. They do just tank a shock dart, but it doesn't really matter because the flood comes through and Kinetic respond very strongly. I mean, they lost last round, but they had quite a bit of a buy-in. I did notice that they had the money for an op, but did not invest it. They stuck with the Outlaw for that previous round. So that's going to be a nice win on the board. It's going to help the economy out a little bit. And now, even though they won the round previous, Soul Strix is in a little bit of an awkward position back on an eco. They tried playing very aggressively, but it was like 2 trains crashing head on. The heavier train would win that duel. And in the end, Kinetic just kind of stomp them over on A. Does look like C is where they want to hit here. And it's a pretty good read, seeing as there's no one on site. There's a lot of util being invested to find absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and we have 3 players flanking the tripwire.
Spike
Push, but for your sake, here's that smoke, and we'll note these players out.
Okay. Not going to be seen by the dart. For your sake, still in a very advantageous position. Spooky gets onto the off angle, makes it very difficult. And now Soul Strix again in the down position, but I don't think they're going to make miracles happen twice this soon. Marceline going on a tear right now, once again removing Vi from the situation. Sorry, why don't my right clicks do this? What is happening with that classic? He finds a third! What is happening right now? They're definitely not going to do anything else because the last 2 are playing in a very, very tight post-plant position. Also, the time is just not there. Starry, though. Oh my, I don't know how they lived that. I don't know how they got those kills, but man, what an insane play. That's at least going to be a nice chunk of change in their pocket.
Certainly so. I mean, get the extra credits going, I guess, but that is insane. The amount of classic kills here. That gun didn't even get buffed, man. Like, it's still the same. But finally, be a response. Maybe this, I mean, Zertibix will be bringing out this operator and posting over towards A long. With this double duelist, you'll send that dart out to allow the Neon to post up a little bit further past that smoke, but not really in a tradable position, not really anything on the other side, though, really going to challenge us for the time being, as, again, this attack side Kinetic, despite their namesake, playing very still, very stagnant. But they're really wanting to lean in to these sniper rifles before your sake can get set up and try to punish anyone going for some of these info peaks. And the jump spot goes, and Vi is taken down off of that. So now it's one of your highest fraggers falling, your flashes to get through some of these areas, but Zapix still here. Takes the timing.
Okay. Information gathering. He's going to force a couple people out of their positions because it's just a little bit too dangerous. Certipix is going to have to back away. He takes a little bit of damage in the process. Very, very low. Also, with op in hand, this is not going to be a great position for them unless they can get a nice clean shot. There's a possible lineup, but it doesn't matter. They just get spotted out, and as they push on, they do find one with the Hunter's Fury Crystal, doing a lot of damage in the process as well. 2v2. Health is leaning towards Soulstrix.
Spike planted.
So it's a Jet and a Chamber. That's a very scary combination to be pushing into. Also, Sova with very little util. 2 shock darts and that's it, but they're going to try to fight it. For Your Sake finds the one behind, while Fel takes the fight and wins in hell. And that's going to be another round on the board. Kinetic finally getting a bit of a lead here, putting now, I think, 2 or 3 in a row.
Yeah, getting that 3rd in a row, and they're able to streak these rounds together. No, I mean, outside of that one thrifty that Soulstrix picked up, they really haven't been able to get anything going since the pistol, and then essentially the gimme with that anti-eco right afterwards. So maybe calling a timeout after this round. You'll have a hero rifle in the hands of Vi. And Certipix is one away from that overdrive. Like, I think there's another early push down middle. But this time, it's the attack side that really comes out on top.
Okay. Yet again, in an advantageous position. But Zapix just finding the picks when their team desperately needs them. That dart is not going to find anything. Zapix in a very good position. The swing through for Starry. Yet again, finding kills when they really shouldn't be getting any. Kinetic just handing him away, but in the end, they find the kills they need to get the 6 on the board. They also get the spike down. But in an eco round, that's a very nice amount of kills to get. Good amount of gold credits back into their pocket. Sorry, playing too much League of Legends. A few more credits back into their pocket. You're so right, but absolutely. But at a pretty good position, they'll be able to full buy out here. We don't see that op come back out in the hands of Certipix as they're just going for rifles. But yeah,
And
hoping to get another round on the board for them.
this is where I would maybe think to see that timeout come for Soulstrix, really try to get something together, because it's really just been those C-site holds. And Fel is not letting off the gas pedal with this one. So aggressive here, and you have 3 players here on this defense, though, to try to hold this site. Great paranoia.
Okay, the push through happens. 1 for 1, make it 2 for 2. As Certipix popping the finger guns is gonna find 2 on the push through. Now they have to completely reassess. It's a 2v3. This is the first time in, again, quite a few rounds now where the spike has not been planted and Soulstrix have the advantageous position. They're all still sitting towards A, or at least leaning it. The Chamber, excuse me, wrong C, Cypher, sitting on CT or A side CT for B with this camera in garage that can just find all the information.
Has full info across the map, yeah. You have info on every single lane, so this camera will spot out at least the Chamber. Still goggles, a little bit unknown, but I think this is going to give the play away for the time being. But For Your Sake still has this operator in hands. Could do a lot of damage. Both smokes back up online for Starry, but if they try swinging that, it's going to get dangerous real quick.
There's no smokes available to this attacking side, so they're just gonna have to win the duels. And just like that, they do! They find 2 off of 1 push, and now Certipix has done a lot for this team. He's already found 2 on the round. He's gonna need to make it a quad to win it. They're racing out to and the spray is there, and they get the kills, and they have the time. Massive round for Certipix that gets the first round in a long time for the Soulstrix team as well. That is a momentum swinger if I've ever seen one. Woo!
Insane transfer from Certipix there.
It's not over, you know.
And it's just when they need it. If they lose that round, their economy is shattered once again. So Heroics, once again, gets this Soulstrix team around on the board, but it doesn't matter. They're able to pick up that operator as well. Getting another lease on life here for this defense half.
A gift.
Still, not really going to affect the economy for It's attacker's side for Kinetic. They'll go back to what was working. Both teams trade these darts, but not really wanting to commit over towards this A side fight. But again, 3 players here, and Solstrix, they won out this early engagement. The wall kind of misses actually over towards Heaven, so Vi will still be able to peek through, but I think with that being noted, operator shot rings out. Drone should clear some of this info and let this Solstrix team know that there's not really anyone back over towards this A side. It's going to be a ruse. It's going to be a fake, but going to go back over towards C. And guess who's playing spoiler? It's Zapix once again.
Oh, but the shot goes wide. Just like that, C's open. Why doesn't my right click do that? Crazy. Certipix does secure the kill though with the rifle, but it doesn't matter as the picks are found. And now just the Sova left is going to be spotted for your sake. Showing him down. We do see that Odin, but I don't think the Brock strategy could save you now. No, it won't. 3 on the round for your sake, as it is a clean round. If that Cypher finds 1 or 2 of those kills, that round plays out completely differently.
A bit unfortunate there indeed, especially when your setup is fully based on that. But
Did it gonna happen opt for an outlaw?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, if you're going up against light armor, the outlaw is the better weapon, right? You don't you have a faster fire rate, faster move speed, and you're able to shoot twice without having to reload. But the only player here will be Vi on that full armor, but still has that dimensional drift. Knives pops for Fell. So.
A little bit of poking, prodding here. Zapix is on a tear. Finding so much value with these pistols. Both teams here as the headhunter finds the heads of 2 there. Certipix, though, finally getting kills back into their favor. It's a 2v2. Into the shadows is going to be utilized to get over towards A, but the Harbor, Marceline, is to be found in that mid space. Take a lot of damage, but not be felled. But now, with Spike down, they're in a very good position. This defense is not even really close to the Spike, so they're going to be running on a time constraint here.
Gotta go.
They have no information as to where either of these players are playing.
Go, go, go.
They don't in time. Ticking down so slowly, and the Stinger is what I'm really worried about here. This angle from Heaven from Marceline is so great. Spots out. The movement.
Last player standing.
But the Odin, Spooky, is just gonna gun him down. Solstrix is not gonna be able to secure it. They were gonna be in a rough position anyway. That time was ticking way too quickly for their own liking.
A great first half for Kinetic here. And I do want to mention, I mean, this is an attack-sided map, and the double duelist comp on the other side for Solstrix is... you'd expect it not to have as much success, but I'm really wanting to put focus on For Your Sake, who has gone 16-5, for your information. And I think... I don't know how many rounds they actually even had a rifle or a gun that wasn't a sniper in their hands. Actually insane.
Or the headhunter.
Yeah, and just finding so much value. And so now, swapping over to this defense side is going to be looking to have even more success potentially. Marceline peeking out through garage with that sheriff and already taking down Vi. So that's, your flash is gone. One of those aggressive players, but Marceline maybe overstaying their welcome, gets taken down in exchange, just doing a little bit of damage. So now it's back into a 4v4.
Yeah, very awkward position. Sorry, I'm giggling because it looks like Marceline may have accidentally typed into all chat how many people they saw. Just confirming with the opponents that there was in fact 3 of them sitting in the window.
Just make sure, you know.
And now, yeah, just double checking. Always double check your work. But now, pretty heavy push into mid, just waiting to find something. For Your Sake will be the something they find as they just remove them from the lobby, push into B, get the spike down, and possibly, never mind, don't get the spike down. Spooky denies that plant. Now 2v3, make it a 1v3. Goggles Not
No more.
particularly the player that's been pulling out so many clutches, but has been doing good work.
Revealing area.
Ghost in hand has a little bit of firepower to do something. Starter picks is being spotted, but they're not taking the bait. They're expecting the one to be on both sides.
player
Shock dart
standing.
is gonna find
of
it,
shock
but they're
darts.
not
Okay, then
going to get
take what's useful.
Sapix, who's sitting in the corner. Man,
I can't
the
see them
utility
yet.
changes. A little bit more information, and they could have done something there, but they almost got the swing on him too. Very close round, but in the end, it is gonna go the way of Solstrix.
Yeah, and so this second pistol round actually going their way. And so they need all they can get here to try to get themselves back in this map. Climb back and just kind of scratch away at this round differential. As again, it's just SKYL who bought up a sheriff here. A couple of headhunter bullets for your sake. 6 to be exact, and pushes up over towards a lobby. So we'll be able to get this information, feed it to their team, and allow them to kind of spread out to the rest of this map. But Spooky will be the first one to spot out and hear this drone. Maybe call some of their teammates here, but they need to do a lot of work. I know these classics have been insane, but this would be next level if they could get something done.
Push coming through, and the attack side is clinical with it. Sapix on the Sentinel, doesn't matter, finding the value where they can. Picks up 3 on the push,
Here.
and now Solstrix in a very good position to put another one on the board. Obviously, the team that bought out, so dealing with very low buy here from this defensive side. Playing for picks might be the best you could do. For your sake's gonna find the one, but that's gonna give away their location. I don't know if the Solstrix side wants to possibly even hand over any credits. This might just be a back away. Don't give over any exit frags and just let them die to the spike.
Yeah.
Starry's gonna be there to deny it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't get anything in the end. Starry securing the round. It was pretty much secured already, but just getting an extra couple 100 credits in their pocket.
And relatively clean for this defense, or for the attack, excuse me. Kinetic will be able to have a full purchase here as expected. So this is really gonna start to be where their defense side comes alive, but this attack side for Solstrix, excuse me. I'm not sure. You have this double duelist composition, right? You don't have as much utility anymore off of that Sova. Yoru sure got a little bit of nerf, but it mainly comes down to that ultimate, and it's not going to be Vi carrying at all when you can just take raw gunfights like that. So for your sake, the main player goes down, and the aggressive push, it actually goes in Marceline's favor. So it's tied up in the 3v3, and now it's all on a Spooky here.
Yeah, has to hold the site. Unable to do so. Sapix yet again. The entry cipher is not
Spike planted.
the role I thought we were going to be seeing here today,
Right
but Solstrix doing very well for themselves. Also, sure being able to pick up a few guns in the process to help
Last player
confirm this
standing.
round as Vi secures the second to last kill. Marceline does what they can. 3 kills on the round is a lot of damage, but when the whole rest of the map is being completely decimated by your opponents, by the time you get there, it's a 1v2, 1v3. It's just very difficult to overcome.
It is indeed, and the bonus round gets converted there, and it was a bit, honestly, I'm just gonna call it as it is, a bit messy, a bit individual from that defense side, right? You had the chamber peeking out toward garage, and then 2 players pushing up, and the great Marceline was able to push through smoke and get something done there, but you don't have a lot of utility to recover, and it's just overwhelmed from that point on. So going into round number 16, you'll have Marceline, who actually bought down the rest of the team, sticking to around 1,400 credits, not deciding to opt into anything super crazy. So we'll have to see how this ends up going, but this attack side for Solstrix really does not want to give these guns away. They want to play into their advantage. If they get this one, they'll be able to tie up the round count. They'll start to get that economy rolling and get it out of hand, as well as the ultimate's going to be coming up soon. A few shots fired off onto Crystal. A little bit of damage taken, but nothing else exchanged in the meantime.
Yeah, very, very slow from both teams here. The wall bag will try to be used to find something, maybe a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy. Meanwhile, fell. Unfortunately, because of that TP back doesn't mean that they're just left out on their own. Out B means they're going to fall. The neural theft is going to give away a lot of information,
30
including the
seconds
fact that there's not a lot of presence towards C. As we see the very quick rotate over, multiple players sitting in that CT. But Vi pushing out is going to find two, making a very dangerous spot. Marceline with a crazy shot through the smoke. Yeah, one tap through the smoke as well. That's some Valorant timing and a half right there. Marceline putting up the cove, tries to use it to push forward just a little bit, but Zapix with the read pushes into it first, is able to find the last two. Man, it's a little messy from this defensive side. Solstrix now going 4-0 since the turn of the half. They are looking like a completely different monster on this attack side.
They are, so, and we're not going to see a timeout be called here, at least not yet. It'll be For Your Sake and Marceline actually deciding to go for glass cannon weapons here, so no armor for either of these players. Love the op posted up on top towards C, so maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of something done here, but that smoke, actually it doesn't matter. You can see over the top, and so Vi's taken down. You don't have that ultimate on line anymore, and it's a little bit of that punch gone from that fight.
Yeah,
and they have the advantage for what seems like the first time all half.
Absolutely. Zapix, though, continuing to play. Again, this initiating Cypher. Again, not the role that we typically see, but it's getting the value regardless. Doing a little bit of damage For Your Sake. Pushing them to play a little bit more defensive on site. They can't be as aggressive. If they got spotted out, they will just simply fall. But it looks like it's on a ploy. Oh, super pushed up. Are they going to expect it? The drone is going to be there, and they're just going to try to swing it. But man, that's a huge fall. For Your Sake, making that rotate over is going to be in a pretty good spot, but the smoke makes it difficult for them to find any value with this operator. Starry finds goggles in the back. For Your Sake is still on site. Never mind, TP's away to safety, but finds one. But now it's a 3v2. Kinetic.
Oh, they missed!
Player standing.
Oh God, no!
Oh,
I think the best round they've had so far this half, and it all crumbles apart the moment Fell falls.
It's so unfortunate for Kinetic. They just can't convert it, and as fell there over towards Long, over towards the wheelbarrow.
Unintended.
It was kind of just the entire site hold, and it couldn't get anything going, so they'll be forced back onto an eco. And like you said, it's 5 rounds in a row now for this attacking side. And Zapix, honestly, has been, I feel like, the main player here who has come out and really had so many impactful rounds. Had a 3K there, 2 kills in the prior, and on that defense half, got a lot going for them. So it's really been willing this team forward, it feels like, in terms of the round count. But for the first time in a long time, Celestics gets the round lead, and it's going to be the tripwire to get this information towards A, and we have 5 players over towards C and B they need to clear out. But the only real danger is this operator in the hands of For Your Sake, and it doesn't matter. Ripped the head off, and now the B side's wide open here, Soren. This looks like it might be a 10th round, double digits for Celestics.
Yeah, it looks like they're stalling for the play. It looks like B is going to be it. They're still worried about A, but really, they heard that trip get placed all the way in lobby. When they see the chamber sitting on B, they should be pretty comfortable. Certipix gonna find Fell. Zapix, meanwhile, is just gonna find the one playing in Garage. And just like that, it's clinical for them as it's 5 in a row now. It wasn't eco, so they were expected to win. But even what they invested, I mean, they invested the Tour de Force from For Your Sake, and they found no value there. That's a big ult to use and get nothing for.
Yeah, and Honestly, I mean, you'd expect to see it used in a situation like that to try to get something, but it's just so unfortunate. And you look at the
Let's
credits
go.
on the other side, these rounds have been so flawless. And I mean, this would have to be an insane fumble from Celestrix here. Everyone pretty much had almost max credits, if not near it. Ultimates for all these teams, and Vi ripping this one so early, gonna spot out these players with the Yoru to try to enable Crystal's ultimate of their own, that Hunter's Fury, but doesn't get a single tag. In fact, Marceline gets Zapix on the lurk. Starry able to trade back, so now it's a 4v4, but this has been such a weird round. And it's for your sake. What's happening here?
Okay, the push is still onto A. The Hunter's Fury doesn't really find anything though. Louder util being used, 2v3. The information is going to be gathered. Crystal having to reposition. One playing Hell, one going for the plant. They know to expect one Hell as that shock dart just goes a little bit wide. They know Crystal's location off of that drone. Will they expect the one in heaven? No, they won't. And they don't even hear the one dropping down from up top. Fell finding 3 on the round as they stop the bleeding. They've already let a few rounds go now. Double digits they're facing, but at least they're not going to let them get to that 11th without some response.
I said it would have to be an insane fumble, and my god, if that wasn't the biggest fumble you could have, I'm sorry. That was... They not a single connection on the Hunter's Fury with the double ult investment from Vi. And then Starry doesn't smoke and commits the ultimate and doesn't see for your sake, I guess, over towards heaven. I'm not quite sure. A little interesting play there. So maybe a second chance here for Kinetic as the knives get popped and a triple push over towards middle. But I think these players are aware of it. Certipix is very wary of this, and these players are going to come to re-clear this.
Super aggressive as 1-for-1 is traded, but Crystal's going crazy. Make it a 3K, getting all 3 pushed up. Vi catches the lurking chamber, and the aggression is snuffed out from this defensive side. Spooky catches the one in window, but now it's a 1v3. What can you do here? A save might be your best position, but at this point in the round, I also know where you are now. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it. So Spooky's going to try to play. A lot of util being used. Spooky not taking damage from that dart on the regen shield, so has 25, and that's the best they're going to be able to do. Can they find Certipix? They're checking up top, but won't check down low. It's the expected result, but man, another good round here for Solastrix as they get themselves to 11.
An instant response, and so the money will have to play around with that 1-9 loss bonus. Won't be able to really snowball anything. Meanwhile, Celestrix really has still enough credits, plenty to buy up here. So very interested to see, because that was really aggression right over towards middle. That I feel like it was very forecasted. That was the first time you really saw the high tide be pushed up, or the cascade, excuse me, pushed up with the dart. And I feel like it was just very obvious what was going on there. And so the punish came from it this round. They decided just to play their sides, play back. Don't want to overextend anything like that. But you really... I don't think the trapwire was bought from For Your Sake. So you have 5 lanes to hold with 5 players. And you can see already these defense... Kinetic, they're so worried about... Hey, but Marceline's over towards Garage. Somehow doesn't get punished. Able to play around with their life. And so... I think still we'll be able to get out alive somehow, but it's going to be A as the final destination here for Celestrix.
Yeah. They are going to go for it. The harbor wall is going to determine a little bit, but nothing crazy. Being very diligent, checking every corner, including the potential sneaky play with that harbor wall in the corner, but no avail as everyone else is sitting on site. We see that chamber sitting in B, waiting for a flank. Okay, 1-for-1 though in the process. Both were controllers, but it's the solo controller for this attacking side, so no smokes from them. Celestrix need to just win this on the gunplay and the util. As the push through CT goes through, 1-for-1 for now, but the kills go the way yet again of Celestrix. That's going to put them on map point 12
Match
to
point.
9 here with a dominant second half so far.
And a huge lurk from Starry there. Marceline with their back over towards B main just gets taken down, and that, I mean, that harbor roll was the win
I'm outta
condition,
here.
right? It was supposed to be a setup to try to just enable
go.
chaos, and that was around the game plan. And once that goes down, game plan kind of just crumbles. They'll still have it for this round to try to play into overtime, but they have 3 chances to close this out for Celestrix. They're very willing to allow Kinetic to try to play into them. They know when some of these desperate times come about, they're willing to go for these more aggressive peaks, as we can see, For Your Sake pushed up over towards C Cubby, Vi on the opposite side of the wall.
So close. It's like 2 ships passing in the night. They're expecting someone. But for your sake, you have to be diligent. Let's get away. Yet again, the aggression from this defensive side. This is like the 3rd or 4th round now where they try to be a little bit aggressive, or if there's not much coming from the attack side, they try to push up and take space, and they just get punished for it. And now, even more defensive, even more passive, this defense has to be. As it looks like A is where they want to go, but the read is not correct from Kinetic. Sova pulls off of sight. They do get back, and the Into the Shadows is invested. Zapix finds Spell to stop any
30
rotation to
seconds
help.
left.
And now it's just Omen up in heaven, Marceline on the flank. But the Neural Theft is going to give away their
Spike
location. Like rats in a cage. They know where this Omen is. They're going to get them in the backside. And now Marceline has to do it all. Has to find everything to keep their team in this fight. They're going to use the ultimate. The concuss will find a couple, but won't actually do much in all of that. Smoke is down, and the shot's through. What is Marceline doing? Marceline has a real opportunity here if they played this correctly. The right click finds another.
Marceline, you can't do this.
1v4. Yeah, they can't get over the line.
Attackers win.
Certipix cuts them out by the knees and ends that miracle run in the final seconds there. The time was close, but there was the chance. And it's not enough. Solastrix are going to be the team to take map 1 of Haven. And I don't think it could be much closer in that final round. Jeez.
No, almost pulling out
everyone
heroics
breathe.
there. I mean, 1v4 there at the ends, but I mean, after gotta say, absolutely dominant first half from Kinetic, 8-4, and 2 of those rounds were the pistol. The other 2 rounds were really hero plays. One was a thrifty, and it just felt like Kinetic was in control of that game. But Zapix came in clutch during the pistol on that second half, round number 13, and then from there, it was just a snowball effect. Absolutely domination on that second half, only allowing Kinetic to get 1 round in response and 13-9 to close out the map. And honestly, it just felt like at the end of the day, they had the ideas on attack, right? You could kind of set the pace, but once it got swapped over to that defense, both teams kind of struggled, right? And I think we're already seeing some of those knock-on effects of these nerfs and of the patch changes from today, right? It's just a bit harder. And I think I don't want to say too much, but I think there was a bit of a wrong approach, maybe for Kinetic, right? Not trying to take away from Celestrix because they played phenomenally, but we saw the punish of the aggression, right? A lot of the time where you typically want to go for some of that early aggression on the defense, but when you don't have a lot of utility to fall back on, right? In the mid round, you go aggressive and you're losing out on that. And so just a bit unfortunate. For Your Sake was, I think, 17 and or 15 and 5, something ridiculous on the first half, ended up 21 and 15. So not able to find as much success on that defense. But Celestrix, Certipix actually came out as the MVP, but I still think Zapix was the real MVP here on map number 1 for this Celestrix squad, just holding it down consistently over and over, as well as just finding insane timings and just willing to put their body on the line for those site execs, never bowing out of a fight. But either way, both teams played phenomenally here, and this is what we're looking for, right? A very close series here in the Tenax playoffs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I really want to kind of harp on, and I think you're absolutely correct. I do think this may have even been the result of some of those most recent patch changes. Um, the big thing that I'm noticing here is I think retakes. I think retakes are where teams are going to really struggle because obviously you always have to plan for heavy utility for those retakes here. And
Yeah.
across that entire series, which went 22 rounds, mind you, there was only 3 defuses the entire game, and one of them came in a pistol round. So I don't even know if you could really
Yeah.
count that because it's not a full
That's what
buy
I'm
with
saying.
full utility and everything. So really only 2 defuses, 1 on each half. So I think
Yeah.
both teams really struggled with it. I really do think that the retakes are where teams are really starting to struggle a little bit here,
And yeah.
which does come down to those patch changes. Having one less cycle on average is a really hard thing to plan around.
Yeah, you want to be holding sites, and I think that's even, I mean, more more important here on Haven on these three site maps, specifically where, well, not as much with Lotus, where it's not nearly as hard to retake some of these sites, but yeah, like you said, I think you want to be playing for holding site, trying to flood in off those utilities, and I think we saw the defensive rounds that found success was based on that, right? Think back to that eco rounds on where Zapix was holding over towards C, the one where Certibix also had an insane round over towards C. So really wanting to lean into that, and I think we'll. I'm wondering if we'll maybe see Soren some adjustment over towards Lotus if they already are kind of these teams are going to start to
Yeah.
notice, hey, this is what was working, and so we have a little bit of a break here, so to discuss that and maybe adjust some of these game plans as we go into the second map. So we'll have to see if that's something they approach or something the game plan shift. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as I did take a look, the only time teams were able to retake successfully and defuse the spike were when they already had a natural advantage going into it. So they had the man advantage, whether it was a 3v2 or a 4v2, they were already in a position to win. So that is going to be something that they definitely need to take a look at. I think both teams, 'cause I think both teams really did struggle with it. But that being said, I believe we are going to be sending to a very brief intermission while we let the players, sort everything out, get a drink, use the bathroom, and all that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a couple of minutes.
changes. I think Lotus is going to be somewhat of a similar story, right? It's another 3-site map that you used to really want to fight heavy early on as a defender, but now you have to think a little bit more consciously about how you're expending that util. But I'm very interested to see Celestrix. They took that map once, so now they only need one more to go and get themselves over towards that semi-final matchup to have them face up against, I believe, the Exalted Monarchs. For the other side, this is just a single elimination bracket, Soren, so this is do or die here on Lotus for this Team Kinetic squad, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything to fight for. And I am rather interested. We kind of brought it up already about how, or we're at the end of the last map, how I think retakes are going to be a massive things for these teams to have to kind of almost feel like relearn or at least re-strategize how they go into them, as we do look like we are going onto the game immediately. See compositionally here, it's pretty similar. I think the key difference is the change of duelists as well as smokes. Obviously Omen on going to be utilized by Zapix as well as Vi on the Raze. Meanwhile Marceline is going to be on that Waylay and Fell is going to be on the Clove.
Yes, and so this early take comes out here actually over towards A. That light speed to eat up that space, to refract back. But squad, the wall is popped, but Vi is on this site by themselves, so Celestrix wait this one out and spam through the smoke is what?
Doing a thing.
Marceline,
Down.
hello?
One enemy
Marceline going crazy, meanwhile For Your Sake doing what they can. Marceline with the get back to safety as they swing through, bunny hopping around. They know exactly where Zedapix is. They're just playing with their food at that point. They will secure the kill. First round on the board for Team Kinetic there. Very much better start. Almost as many rounds now secured on their defensive side here as they got on the defensive side on the West.
Actually, but why you have to pick that up?
I'm just telling the facts. I'm telling it like I see it. Okay, I'm not gonna pull punches. This is what's happening.
You know, sore memories for this squad, but I mean, it is you know, finally they get that pistol round online. I think on this defense half, you want to start to get as many of these rounds early as possible. So another aggressive fight from Marceline. All that utility dumped in early. Zapix taken down, who was previously on that Cypher, now swaps over actually to the Omen, so the controller role, a bit more of an aggressive play style, which kind of leans into how they were actually playing on the attack side towards Haven, but farming up some of these orbs early. And I think interested to see how this Waylay kind of plays in, right? We saw, if you watched Champions, there was some Waylay played on this map, but typically when Waylay was played, it was right, either double initiator, where you had a flash initiator like KO, or double duelist to kind of have that out where the Waylay goes in as that first duelist, kind of acts as an initiator, and then comes back out with that refract. Here, it's going to be a lot on Marceline to try to take care of some stuff, and the Spectre from Spooky actually takes down Vi, who had been previously able to take down For Your Sake and pick up a rifle, but now it just feels like it's just cleaning up here.
30 seconds left.
Kill with a knife out is never a good feeling. Vice is going to be able to get to that spike. But at this point, what do you do? This defensive side, I actually like the adjustment. They realize that the retakes, very difficult in the current patch. So what are they going to do? They're picking up that Roman offense. The best defense, or excuse me, the Roman defense. The best defense is a good offense. Playing super aggressively, getting the kills on Rubble. The spike plan's gonna be heard, and it's just gonna mean a swarm that runs over to him. That is gonna be 3 for Goggles as they get another round on the board. Expect it. They did have a pretty heavy buyout there with, I think, at least SMGs in everyone's hands. But yeah, very aggressive push from the defense. Just finding ways to get picks early so that if they do have to go for those retakes, like we said before, they have those numbers advantage, which was really the only way teams were able to convert any retakes in the last map.
Yeah, and so Marceline still able to bring that rifle across For Your Sake. Just drops back over that Vandal as well, so pretty decent bonus here, as once again, it's the same aggressive push, right? They're really investing this, but it's the C's that's used early, the refract as well as the light speed. So they still have that haunt. The peak goes through, spots out, I think, 2 players, but meanwhile, Solestrix has been really trying to focus over towards this C area early on, and they've been given it for free, not really having to invest a lot of this util. They can start to farm up some of these orbs. On the other side, Certipix is taken out. So now all this space is given, but actually, looks like they want to keep on going.
Yeah, and they're gonna push that advantage that they have. Marceline is gonna be found. Goggles going very low, and they're actually gonna get punished for that. It's a very aggressive pushback from this attacking side. They're gonna expect someone playing indoors. I don't think you're gonna expect it 2 that are there. Meanwhile, the defense does have to completely readjust. 2 going through heaven, and for your sake, catches them all off guard.
What is that?
I don't think they expected them. And that's just going to be it. That's going to be the round picked up. 3K for them. 3 on the board here for this defensive side. A drastic improvement from last map coming out of Team Kinetic.
Great decision, I guess, to drop that rifle back over to them. I mean, swapping over to the Viper from that chamber, but it does not matter. We didn't really get to see pretty much, I feel like,
Their hope is their poison.
much rifling from For Your Sake. Really leaning into those snipers early. And so they'll be forced for Team Solestrix back onto an eco, I guess for the first time actually, onto an eco. But this time, Certipix will be able to work up their way over towards A as Kinetic fights C mounds, takes that refract back, but I think that Marceline actually gets punished again for going aggressive, so maybe he sees that rifle and wants to try to re-clear this.
Okay, information will be given. The one-way's used. I don't think they're aware that Fell's on the left side of their screen there. They only got the one playing close. And again, I don't think that sees Fell. I don't know if we're gonna
surely not.
Spike down. C.
Okay, 2 kills go the way of the defense, though. Does put it back into their favor. But once still playing over on A, the rotate has fully come out from that Vice. Zapix now on the Omen. The double controller's all that's left. Make it the solo controller as Certipix is spotted once again with that one way. And it looks like it might just be a matter of getting the spike down. They're going to tap it. They're not going to go for the plant. They're going to keep running. Maybe C. They need to do something. They're not going to be able to get a win out of this. They're on the regen shields with 85 health, but at least get the spike down. At least get the money and the ult point.
They're trying to isolate the fight before the spike goes down to maybe make
10 seconds
their
left.
situation a bit more advantageous. Still, Zapix in this 1v3. The smoke will come back online. They have no way to push them back, but this would be an insane play here, Soren.
No, trigger discipline. No, what are they doing? What happened? They shoot completely wide. The shots get whiffed.
No.
They weren't even shooting in the same hemisphere as anyone else. The trigger discipline was so good, but the shots were so bad. And just like that, what could have been very winnable, that's 2 free kills there. Make it a 1v1. The other one's playing in and around smoke. That's a winnable position. What could have been a win just crumbles in their hands. 4 on the board now. Oh my god.
That's so unfortunate there for Zapix. Just not able to connect those shots and get it done. I mean, was that, consistent rock the cornerstone of so many rounds of that comeback, right? For the attack side, so you know that they have the potential for that. It's not just slight error, and here looking to open it up, but gets taken down, traded right back from Crystal. So 1 for 1 here. I mean, you still have Vi with that showstopper, but has been chipped down so low already to 11 health at regen. Shield makes that 36, but be hard pressed to want to invest this showstopper. You can get taken down just by a slight tickle of the breeze. So they decide to rework this map, try to spread out a little bit. But as we see, just 3 players from Team Solestrix wanting to maybe make their way over towards the B site, where I think that's just a Vice wall here.
super defensive from this defensive team. I know that sounds like an idiot take, but I mean, they have not really pushed up or taken any extra ground. The two are just playing high-low on C. Meanwhile, on A, they're just holding, giving up B in its entirety. Oh, this could hit like everyone if they use it at the right
30
time.
seconds
There we
left.
go. Ult's coming down. Fell finds two in the process.
Spike
Spooky finds
down
another.
B.
Spike did not go down.
Thorns activated.
And now they're just hunting.
And you were doing
And it was just
so
Vi.
well.
They were hoping someone was going to come through door on in the mound, but they don't find anything. With only 11 health, there's just nothing they can do in that situation. And we do see the first timeout of the series coming out here from the attack side of Celestrix, which I think is very well deserved. 5 rounds in a row now they have lost. Haven't really done much. I think it really says a lot that their top fragger, Vi, has 3 kills, which is less than Marceline, who's at the bottom of the board for Kinetic.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
Which, and I think I mean, 5 rounds in a row. So on this defense side, already a phenomenal defensive half. So they're able to get this going. They'll have another ult online soon with that. Viper's Pit has the not dead yet in the hands of Clove, but for the other side, they don't really have a buy. Maybe they could get something going here, but the important thing is that they have 4 ultimates, soon to be that 5th one. And so they really need to start turning this around. If not this round, this timeout might be for round number 7. And they have to get something going. They have to start using these ults to get the ball rolling, because once they swap halves, it might be a little too late. And after, I mean, flat defenses for both teams on Haven, coming out with a statement here on Lotus to really switch up that narrative and kind of prove us wrong. But it's been this aggressive play early on in those first 3 rounds, and then they swapped it up. But here, outside of this timeout, we're going to see another aggressive play from Team Kinetic.
ID. We see immediately a lot of aggression. Marceline picks out the fade. They also don't get anything with the showstopper. Fell finds 2 in the process as well. And it's all collapsing around them. 1v5. Certipix was on the flank. Make it a 0v5. It's a flawless for the defenders. And man, that was rough. That was also on a buyout round too. So they take the timeout, they force through the buy, they try to be able to make something happen, and then they get flawless in the process, not getting a single kill. Oh no, that is not good for the side of Celestrix.
Yeah, it's so rough, but we'll try to maybe get something going here. Looks like they might try to take it across. They trade utility with the suck and the nade, but it doesn't get anything for the time being. Vi has this party in. They need to get something done here. There's already 3 players, and once again, just collapsing around.
Shadows traveling.
Shot just gave Clove a heart attack there. It was very close to being shot through the smoke, completely blind. Only the rifle of the Guardian in hand. It's going to be a tough ask. So Crystal finds 1. Goggles and Fell make it spooky with 3. They're still trying to find something, but now they still have the advantage in manpower. Will they expect the push up? No, they won't. For your sake. They're stuck now. Rats in the cage. They've got nowhere to go. For your sake takes the duel. Will fall.
And that's a gun,
Crystal
though.
doing everything.
That's a huge tool. They still have this Nightfall. They'll have the Haunt online once they get this spike down.
Where are you?
So on the other side,
Still waiting.
I mean, they'll be able to maybe get something going. They
Thorns
can have
activated.
the
30
Haunt
seconds
online
left.
for the retake. The Arc Rose isn't really a tool to use, at least for info. Spike goes down here. Oh,
Okay.
not going to be sent out, actually. Doesn't want to reveal the position as of yet. This Waterfall is where these players are going to go, but look at this. Sticking together, Spooky and Goggles. 2v1. This would have to be huge from Crystal. It would be so important. They need this round, Soren, to get themselves on the board. It would be hero play.
Yeah, Crystal is going to spot them. Nightfall is going to be invested, but is going to be seen by their own haunt. It's a 2v1. They need to play this. They're not faking. They won't get around the corner quick enough, and they will fall in the process. Crystal almost doing it all, but the 1v2 just doesn't have the time to work with. 7 in a row. Oh my. It's
I'm
very,
confused.
very rough.
I thought it was. I just kind of assumed, I guess, that it was an open plant or planted for waterfall at least if you're gonna make the play to path over there. But it was so doable. But that one mistake cost them the round, cost them the clutch. That was an eco, of course, but it's still a brutal way for it to be closed out. And now you invested 2 of those big ultimates. You still have Starry's. Razor might with that ult.
Okay, the Clove ult is going to be invested. Fell now working on a timer, but they're kind of running headlong. Marceline finds one before falling. It's just a bloodbath in B main. Crystal is going to get hit, but I don't think it's going to give away location. Now it's a 2v1 as everyone it's just a litter of X's across the map. Crystal very low, having to yet again close out another round. Couldn't do so in the last one.
Needs to
Another
do the
tall
most.
order.
Yeah, it has Haunt and 2 Prowlers, so maybe we can get something going, but still doesn't know where any of these players are. We'll note that jump spot, actually. I'm not sure if Goggles saw anything. I don't think so.
30 seconds left.
They're just going to wait for this plant and play the same thing. You can play 2v1, let Crystal have to make an insane adjustment as they find their way into. Actually, I think they're going to contact through, try and get something going beforehand.
Oh. Okay, it's close.
Oh,
Seconds ticking. They're so close.
10
Ships
seconds
in the
left.
night passing. You need to get the spike down. At least do something. Get the ult point, if nothing else.
Spike planted.
That will come through. As both are going to be sitting on that angle. Don't know if they're going to expect that. Crystal finds one. Makes it a 1v1. Also hears the shots go wide. So they know 88. Not a lot of health to work with, but Goggles to close out the round. Crystal, yet again, doing almost everything they can to pull their team over the line, but it's just not enough for the second round in a row. 8 in a row now for this side of Team Kinetic.
an absolute streak of rounds here, just domination on defense. Really, I mean, they just haven't been able to get anything going. Crystal, I mean, used it 2 rounds ago, but already pretty close to having that Nightfall back online.
Now we wait.
But I need to see some real adjustments here from Team Celestrix, right? Go aggressive once again, have that Season 8 combo. Doesn't actually, I think it does look onto Marceline and Vibe. Gets that first blood.
Okay.
Bring them down.
Alrighty, Prowler's gonna spot out Zap Picks. The Goggles, Clove here, have to back away. It's gonna give up A site in its entirety. Zap Picks, you can't just run in and not clear the corner. I know you don't know there's 2 there, but you have to be ready for it to come through. Zap Picks falling makes this a very, very difficult position, especially as now, it's a Sentinel, a controller, and the Fade, who is not the most aggressive initiator, up against a 4 stack here. No waylay, but there's still so much utility to play around for a retake.
Both
Site is
teams
going to be
have the
theirs
steel
for
guard,
free.
and yeah, they'll be able to get this site, and again, wanting to push forward, push and see if they can get anything before this spike goes down. Maybe even the numbers a little bit, but Certipix really needs to be the playmaker here. So goes through the wall, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3! Spray down! And Starry from Heaven gets the 4th. And I thought maybe they'd be able to get 1 and get traded out, but heroics from the Viper. An
I
absolute
like
play
that
here,
play so
Soren.
much. I like that play so much. They're expecting someone, at least one person, to be sitting on door. They have that Viper wall available to them. So the Viper, Sodapex, just goes, okay, I'm just going to pop that wall up for a couple seconds, give them a false sense of security. Well, gives them all the leeway to just walk out, drop that wall, and they were just fishing a barrel. Insanely good play as we see yet again another very aggressive push from both teams on this rubble space. Marceline gets a little bit of damage, has to back away, fell on the contact, is gonna do what they can to make it a one or actual kill, but 1 for 1 overall. As one of the attackers finds one. Sodapex coming alive now, getting yet another kill, but the trades, they're dead even.
Bring them down.
And Certipix actually got the kill onto For Your Sake, so that's going to be the C site free. And yeah, took a little bit of time to notice and to actually make the call to rotate over, but the call has been made, so they'll get the C site for free. The Viper's Pit is committed over towards CT, and so both teams still big ultimates, but Crystal,
Spike down.
the fumble,
C.
that's Spike. Now you have to cross through this Viper's Pit.
Right here.
Okay, the Flash is gonna
One
find
enemy
Fell. Goggles doing what they can.
Last player
Making it a
standing.
2v1, but the swing out, it's a 1v2 in the end. It's spooky. Just having the numbers advantage close out the round 9-1. I like the ultimate there. I like that Viper's Pit in the very back. Planting there, played around. I was going to say, it allows you to kind of keep one player in that Viper's Pit to hold it and allow everyone else to hold back the other means of entry. But everyone just goes into the pit and no one checks waterfall.
You can't be jumping out and out like that. It gets punished, and that's the 9th round gained here. Back onto an Ego Vi, still has a clip here, so maybe something, but this early fight, again, Marceline goes down early, so can pick up that rifle as well, and they have this space this time. It's not 4 players, it's 5. Still some big ultimates, but Fell takes down Zapix.
Again, gotta give it to this team.
Face your fear.
I give it to this team. Both teams, actually. Both playing around trades super, super well. Fell knows that they're going to be without rifles.
Spike down
Doesn't
A.
realize Vi doesn't get hit, but it doesn't matter in the end. Bell on the 3K. And now the trades earlier are looking a lot more damning as there's only 2 players left. And they're both stuck in tree. They don't have the spike. And now the Viper's hit. Oh, no. An impossible ask. They know exactly where they are, too.
Wrap this one up. It's a 10th round on the board. Unless they can, pull miracles out of nothing. Sure, the Steel Garden is still online for Starry. It feels like they've had this in their back pocket for a little bit, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, just mowed down at the end there.
Still waiting.
So double digits in the first half
Last round
for
before
Team
the
Kinetic.
switch.
Another strong start here, but I don't know if there's any coming back once these sides swap.
Yeah, Kinetic had a really good start to the last map. I mean, what? It was 8-4. And you got to think to yourself, they definitely finished that half going, man, that's a really good round for us. That must have been amazing. We're going to win this map no matter what. And then it all kind of gets thrown away in the second half. So they come into this game and go, you know what? We're going to do it again. We're going to do it even more and make this practically an unlosable position. It's already 10-1. They're looking to maybe get it to 11. So it is a full buy. Only 1 low light shield. Fell finds that opening pick. Makes this very difficult to push through. Trades across the board. Okay.
Slow down.
A lot is going on, and the hinder from
Spike down
Marceline means that Crystal can't get away. They don't even shoot them first. They shoot the player behind them. And that 11th round is looking more and more inevitable here as Sodapex is going to be spotted there by Marceline. They have all the information. They have the spike. And Sodapex, we said it before, but they would need a miracle to win out this round. And there's been a couple rounds where Crystal got close. Can Sodapex put the team on their back and do it? That's not a great start at all. 11 health. Oh, no. Marceline with 3 on the round with a classic right click.
Switching
I mean,
sides.
they were bottom of the board for a while for their team, but the
Well,
info and that pullback
not
is just
feeling
so
good.
helpful. But there in the
got
last couple rounds, just coming alive, winning those rounds almost single-handedly at times.
Yeah, and it really feels like, I mean, there wasn't anything that Team oh my gosh, Team Celestrix, I cannot speak. But Team Celestrix really could do. I mean, they kept, I felt like just bashing their head against the wall, trying to get space over towards A, and now. Again, they'll just try to go for this early A fight here on the defense. Both teams very willing to lean into this. And it's going to be a long road forward. If there's any chance of coming back, they would need to start hitting pistol.
Alrighty, yet again. Like I said, even before game one, this Rebel space is known for these aggressive fights. And both teams know it, both teams want it. That sheer wall is going to be used. This is for your sake, has the Sheriff in hand, but the classic right click. Yet again, the menace of this series finds another victim. The B is going to be the site of choice. Push out, comes through. Fell finds one. Arsenal picking up that Sheriff, but the timing is in their favor. But no, the one sitting in door. Bye, doing everything. It's 3v1. Spooky needs to do it all, and they can't do it. Despite the first half not going their way, Celestrix already getting a round on the board. I'm not going to be mean, but that is a very good start. Doubling their rounds.
Says it anyways.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, I can't not. That's a 100% improvement right there, at minimum.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Hey, they had a wonderful map one. They can take a little
That
bit of
is
heat
true.
map
That is
too.
true,
It's fine.
you know? They still have another map as well, you know. Even if they don't get this one going, the comeback together, they still have a second chance, third chance, I suppose, over back on Sunset. But to see, Judge double satchel up to invest, and honestly, it's actually Spooky has a ghost, but the rest of the team, for Team Kinetic, has Sheriff, so a little bit of danger here. And Marceline opens the round up, but Vi shoots for your sake in the back, and but look at this bell. Snakes their way through.
I don't think they're gonna know about Starry though, and they haven't checked sight. No, shots. Okay, shots go a little bit wide, but Guardian in hand, they might be able to do something. No body shots. Now 1v3. Fine. Does have the Spectre in hand. A lot of low health bars though. Okay, Marceline's gonna be found. Make it a 1v2. Again,
Spike planted.
Fell so low. Guardian's gonna really help. That's pretty much just one body shot and Fell is dead. They're gonna sit on site, be the canary in the coal mines for the players sitting on long. They're gonna know someone's sitting there because of that position for the plant. They don't know where Vi is. They could take this. No, they won't. Spooky closing it out. 12 rounds in a row. They buy out despite not winning round one. And they get themselves to map point, looking to take us to game 3.
It's so rough. Marceline with a beautiful lurk kill to open that round up, but then I feel like it really fell apart. You can see the pings coming out here over towards the C site where you had both, I think, Certipix and Starry playing over towards C, but there wasn't the sheer wall, so the timing.
No more theory.
It was just a little
No
bit of a
charges.
miscommunication as Certipix went over to Waterfall. Starry didn't pick up to peek over towards the angle and just kind of fell apart from there, but it's gonna be a bullfight towards B main, and this might just be the entire map, the entire game right here. It's all left on to Starry. In a 1v4 here, Sheriff in hand, Soren. This might just be an absolute blowout.
Gonna fall back here.
Yeah. Very, very awkward. Marceline, I think taking the brunt of their own cloves hinder there. A little rough, but Starry. Well, now almost certainly know where the plant is, but what can you do? They are going to pick up that Guardian. In this 1v4, Marceline's running. Oh, they don't know. They haven't fully cleared. There's the opportunity. If they catch them in the right position. Oh, no. There it is. Okay. That feels like the correct way to end that game. Very, very rough game response from Celestrix. But man, Team Kinetic doing pretty much everything that they needed to do. They had a really rough defensive side on map 1, and they say, no, no, we've learned our mistakes from map 1. We're going to take almost every round in map 2. Yeah, very
Yeah.
good response, sending us to game 3.
It was a great response, and honestly, I think coming into that defense side, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but the defensive aggression, it just couldn't be dealt with. It couldn't be dealt with,
Yeah.
and it is a bit harder, right? Whenever you, excuse me, you have to feel like you have to kind of fight back at least somewhere early on, and then you don't have as much utility in the mid round to actually go for those reclears. So I don't know if it was Team Celestrix maybe feeling like they didn't have that as an option to kind of explore sometimes, and that's why they were just like trying to hard force this A side fight to get that to win, but it just didn't come out on top. And I think that I feel like the A side fight really just kind of determined how the entire defensive half went, and you could tell
Yeah.
that there just wasn't enough util to get through it. So props to Kinetic to bounce back in that one in a dominant 13-2 victory. And I say, I feel like that, I don't know. I feel like there's not a lot to talk about there, man. I feel like it's literally just A side fight went their way on defense, and then the attack side, they
Yeah.
already
I
lost too
will
many.
say, just because we're keeping an eye on it, because we were talking about retakes so much. Notably, there 4 retakes that come through, 4 defuses on that defensive side. There was one in the second half. It was the first round. It was the pistol, so I'm not really counting that one all that much. But I really do think that there was some serious adaptation. Sure that that fight, if it just went the way of Team Kinetic over on Rubble, it did just kind of mean that that round was won. But I think the biggest thing is the fact that they were constantly taking those trades, they were constantly winning them out in the end. That meant not only were they always playing with an advantage, but they were so much more willing to stack sites. We would see them very often take a fight on Rubble, make it a 3v2 or a 4v3, something where it's still easily winnable for Celestrix there if they are able to get a pick or two. But then they would pull back onto like A and C and play super defensive and super turtley and just give up a site because they knew they wouldn't be able to break the hold if they did like a 2-2. But if they took like B for free, they would have the advantage on the retakes, which they just wouldn't have before. So I think it was a very, very good response from Kinetic. I think they figured out this defensive side. And we do see the stats here. Yeah, it was a rough game.
Makes
Sostrix
sense.
really struggling
That
to
adds
do
up.
much. I mean, 11 kills as your top frag is not a great look. Still pretty high ACS though. I will say that. I'll give them that.
Yeah, but I mean, as well, this is about as bad as it could get for Team Celestrix, and we saw them bounce back on that first half of, or the second half, excuse me, of Haven. So they know that they can do
Alrighty, everyone. Game number 3. Do or die for both these teams. This is a single elimination bracket. So both of these teams desperately wanting to move on for a chance for that grand finals and that $600. If you're just now joining us, my name's Soren. Joining me is Zero. It's been a banger. It's been a lot of one-sided halves. I will say that. We haven't really had one half. Like game 1 was close, but also the halves were not. It's been a very strange series so far.
It really has, and I mean, it's kind of. I said it would be chaotic. I didn't think it would be chaotic in necessarily this way with the new patch changes, but I'm happy to be surprised here. But I'm hoping here we're going to the third map, the decider here after a 13-9 win on Haven for Celestrix, 13-2 win for Team Kinetic on Lotus. It will be Sunset as that decider of the quintessential 3 game changer team maps. They love to play these, and how else would we begin the playoffs here at the Tenax series season 5 other than this? And coming to Sunset, we got to see 2 3-site maps here. I think Sunset, it's going to be very interesting to see how this kind of swaps up, because I know initiators across the board got nerfed. Both Cypher and Bias got nerfed, which is pretty much everyone. And Neon had a little bit of a rework, right, with that with the run ability, excuse me, geez, and the recharge. You can sprint for a little bit longer, but it takes a lot longer to actually recharge your full sprint bar. So all these agents really been changed up around as far as the meta goes. So I don't know how we're going to see these teams approach, but one thing, Soren, as well, for the viewers at home, 100 Thieves Marceline has been subbed out, was the emergency sub, and so Logic, who is normally the sub for Team Kinetic, will be back in for this last map. We'll have to see how that kind of affects. I know Marceline had a huge map too on that Waylay, but now Logic coming in and is going to have to pick up where Marceline left off, and it's coming into map number 3. Soren, do you have any expectations, any predictions here?
This is a very different map from the last 2. Obviously, last 2 had both 3 sites. Both had 3 sites, so that's a very different play style. Also, Sunset is played very differently from most other maps in general. I would expect a lot of fighting in and around that mid space, which we do see the team compositions here. I think the big thing here is that Reyna, I mean, we were even talking before we even got into the games and pre-broadcast, but Reyna, not typically picked up in team play, but he's one of the better contact duelists, especially in ranked. Did just with this patch kind of get nuked in terms of her abilities, so I'm really intrigued. Yeah, I mean, everyone did. I just know almost every piece of her kit got touched. So I don't know how well this Reyna pick will do, but we're going to have to wait and see. It does look like it's an aggressive push out onto A. They find a defender sitting over towards Marketplace, but Spooky in the backline finds 2 to make this an even fight. So this Reyna, very low, but 1 kill could completely upend that with the overheal. Push out, trades come back. Crystal once again going crazy for the team. It's Crystal.
Made a step, sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
I think they know the position.
Oh, for your sake.
Attacked, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
sorry, just not looking their way. And that is a bit rough of the way to end it, but a great round for your stake. The beautiful 2 shots there on the retake, Soren. And another pistol round gained for Team Kinetic here. 2 and 3 for this squad so far. Is just how you want to start off your defensive side, especially with the comp.
I want
like
their life, not yours.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, pistol round now here on the board for Team Kinetic. For your sake on that Reyna, I mean, proven me wrong immediately, as it looks like this defense is actually doing the exact opposite of what I thought would happen. I really thought we were going to see a lot of scuffling from mid, kind of like what we saw over on
so was
A
mine.
on Rubble on Lotus, but it looks like both teams are kind of ignoring that mid space. Oh, never mind. I say that immediately, not. The door gets immediately bull rushed.
While this is happening, it's just a dump of utility into market, but smoke down, you sent in that Sova recon dart, got shot out, so now, guess what? Gotta wait 60 seconds for all that utility, and it's just gonna be an absolute collapse on this position.
Our carrier's dead.
Okay, the Spectre's doing a lot of work there, as the good advantage
Player standing.
is in the hands of this defense. And despite the trades going back and forth, in the end, the guns are just a little bit too much to overcome. Starry, now in this 1v3, they have a pretty good read in the classic. Didn't use the right click, so it doesn't get the value. That classic right click has been deadly all day today, but they can't close out that round. So 3 still remaining, so they're going to use the rest actually by our rifles, but that's 2 Spectres and a Ghost saved from last round. But now we're going into the bonus. This should be Celestrix to win.
Should get this one done, and it is interesting, right? You said maybe fight heavily over towards mid, but a lot of these teams, I think, are going to be focusing over towards these mains. And as we see here, 3 players on the defense side from Kinetic fight over towards elbow, and Vi is so aggressive. It's another first blood and follows it up with a frag onto Goggles. For Your Sake is next and takes him back down, but they will escape with their life. But for the Reese fight, swing through smoke, and what is this?
Oh my god, For Your Sake, just going for the sake of it, finds 4 as the Empress goes crazy. Did you notice the nerf? Because I certainly did it. Coming up massive for the team. 8-0-1 now, going into round number 4 as they yet again pick up the bonus off the back of some incredible play from For Your Sake.
I mean, that is just... How do you expect that? Like, how do you... maybe after the second swing, you maybe expect them to swing back through the smoke, but they get the one frag after Vi opens up beautifully into the rounds, and it's just everything disrespected by For Your Sake.
My camera is
And
destroyed.
it wins them that bonus solely off that. And so Vi can get that showstopper, still has the Guardian in hand, Crystal, Hero, Bulldog, but
Out of charge.
gotta commit this, but there's no satchels. They forgot to buy that up, maybe. Showstopper lands onto Spooky, so maybe something here.
Fell sitting in the smoke, though, is going to find Zapix. They get awkward. For Your Sake up towards market as well.
Spike planted.
Finding another makes this a very tricky task.
Enemy remaining.
Fell, though, with the overheal themselves. It's going to take a little bit of damage from their own teammate. I don't think it matters. They don't have the read on the Cypher, but that will give the information. But Cypher is not in a position to deal with this. Fell is going to be able to get that defuse. He'll know where Starry is. Very low on health. It's going to just try. Nope. Okay. No exit frags. Goggle cleans them up. 4-0. It was expected, having lost the bonus, that they were not going to be able to do much there. But now, yet again, in a full buy position, hoping to turn the tides back in their favor.
Have that Rolling Thunder did get slightly adjusted, right? The stun down from 6 to 4 seconds. The area of effect got nerfed a little bit as well, so starter picks won't be able to nearly engulf as much of the site, but Crystal also pretty close to that Hunter's Fury. And again, really focusing early for Team Kinetic on this A pressure. They'll pick up that orb, they leave one, and then these rotates early on. Spooky, only one on site here, but ult not even gonna connect here. Already that nerf coming into play, and so it's gonna be a 5v5 retake. But as I say that, the Spooky smoke get traded back.
Oh, Fell in a very awkward spot there.
Spike planted.
It's working on very limited time. It doesn't really matter. Will spot out the breach, though. That's huge, but stuff falls around them. They're put into an awkward position. And just like that, it's so clean yet again from this Team Kinetic side, as this is almost, this is 5th round on the board.
Team
Yet
A.
again, 3 players
so
left
familiar.
standing. I feel like I have deja vu. In fact, it's feeling
You don't have
so
any
ungodly
space? I may
familiar.
have jammed my fingers.
And it's
Most
a little bit
difficult fingers.
different of how it's going, right? We saw the A fight really be what was determining some of those rounds on Lotus, but here it feels like there's not really any mid-rounding going on. So Coach Salt calls a timeout here to try to have a word with their team, because I feel like I know this comp maybe isn't the best for retake on the defense for Team Celestrix, or Team Kinetic, excuse me, but Celestrix hasn't really worked the mid round. They've just been execing onto site. That's been their only game plan. And when, I mean, one round's sure. You have for your sake just going insane. But other than that, it's just simple stuff. Early A pressure, fight, rotate as a team, flood back in. And that's winning them these rounds. So they have to have an adjustment here coming out of this timeout.
And I think the biggest thing is the fact that the rounds honestly haven't even really been that close in terms of numbers of left standing. I mean, we saw last round 3 players left standing. We've seen that quite a few, and you can really see it. I mean, the entirety of the side of Celestrix very low on kills. So typically, even if they're losing round after round, if you can work it out, get a couple of kills under your belt, you should be able to full buy out pretty consistently. But here, despite having pretty much a full eco last round, they still can't even buy out because they don't have the kills to really get everything they need, especially because they're also investing so much utility. So even just a 3,900 is not enough. They need to buy out because there's some very expensive utility in some of these agents' pockets.
On my wire.
Be much of a buy, but they're able to get something together here. The drone.
They have to check
out,
Spooky.
So TP out, but it fell. It's so expected. Zapix, the adjustment comes through. You know that these players are just going to swing through smoke. But For Your Sake has found the timing, but it doesn't matter if they can't land the shot. So finally,
Last player standing.
Okay.
looks like
Very, very good response here coming out from Celestrix. Also, some shots just going very wide from the side of Team Kinetic. Goggles, very low. Is expecting a push up, so they're gonna use the shock dart, but won't find anything as the push comes through afterwards and they get cleaned up. Very, very good response. It wasn't quite flawless, but it was pretty darn close. And honestly, it really did feel like maybe I don't even know what they really changed. It just looked like very similar. The shots went wide. Shots went wide for the side of Team Kinetic.
I think the thing that was different though is it wasn't the initial game plan. It was the preparation of, okay, these guys are just gonna swing through smoke, so we just need to be prepared for that. And it is exactly what happened, right? Fell, swung through smoke. We had another player do the same, and they just weren't prepared. But this time, looks like setting up for an aggressive play, and Logic able to get one, but it's bloodbath back and forth, the 2-for-2 trade.
Okay. Definitely probably hoping they would have gotten one more in that fight, but one is very low. That breach. Reckon with scraps of health left. They're having to reassess. This is not a great composition.
exactly
Double
where you
initiator, but one being very low. Not great for a push out on the site, but that neural theft is going to give a lot of information and give a lot of way for a possible rotate. So the moment that neural theft comes out, For Your Sake makes that rotation over.
The tripwire over towards teammate, as well as the door being closed, gives that information, so For Your Sake can get ahead of the curve, get one, but doesn't leave without their life. Certipix is going to be able to get the spike down, but Starry's looking their way, not at all.
Spike down A.
Able to stay alive for the time being, but now
30
Spike's
seconds
not
left.
in hand, and it's a 2v1 here, Soren.
Yeah, and Starry giving away location there. Very, very dangerous. He's going to be almost certainly spotted by that drone. Oh, but the Cypher wraps around the play with goggles. They don't have any information. Time's ticking, though. Very low health bars. They almost stack up, but they don't. Spooky, just enough to get over the line. Not quite as clean as it was before, but they'll take the win. They'll undercut the momentum that Celestrix was able to get with the round previous. Get 6 on the board, at least making it, no matter what happens in the second half here, and make it a draw for this first half.
Yeah, and it finally felt like there was a little bit of a switch up early on, but the defensive setup was beautiful. Rotations worked so well in the hands of Team Kinetic. So coming into round number 8 here, big ults for both sides. It's going to be a big fight. Really set up for it. Darts exchange here.
Ooh, that catches everyone. Okay. Looks like A is still going to be the hit, even though they were all spotted there. Showstopper is invested. Logic, though, it goes wide.
My ult's ready.
Okay, but now there's one playing on flank. They're all kind of trapped here. For your sake, from the back is gonna find 2. They have to find this Reyna. We do see the efforts come out. 3 kills, make it 4. For your sake, doing everything they can, but they can't do it alone. Even though they get 2, the rest of the team crumbles. 2 rounds on the board now. What looked like should have been the 7th for this Kinetic side, it just falls apart.
They just fully collapsed, but I think it was just a little bit of an overcommitment on the swing there. As they were running, made noise, and those elbow players, everyone just won out those gunfights. So gets the 2nd on the board here, and it was in such an important spot too. The money for the other side, they really haven't been able to continuously build up the economy, build up that bank like they have in the previous 2 maps. So they'll be able to still get a buy together for Team Kinetic, but this might be the last one of its kind if they aren't able to respond here pretty quickly. So fighting over towards mid early on, breaking that door. This drone coming out from goggles to get a little bit of information for the time being, but look at the other side, right? You had Logic pushed up all the way, gonna grab this orb. But with that noise being made, it's going to be a re-clear of this defense to try to push Logic off and get something going.
Yeah, but they don't expect them there. Logic having to back away. They still okay. Crystal kind of mass there. Makes this a 3, or excuse me, a 4v3. Sova is very low though. There is a potential here. It's that cage. Don't think it does what they want. And the okay. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury kind of just going into the ground. I think a little bit of miscalculation. Definitely didn't do great in geometry, but Fell finds the planting crystal. Doggle finds one, makes this a 2v2, makes it winnable, and then they find the rest! All trying to get to the spike. Massive round, massive momentum swinger. It looked like that could have been rough, but Team Kinetic, they get themselves over the line even though they're in tricky spots.
Yeah, once that spike went down, Crystal couldn't find the plant there, and it was in such an open position that the rest of Team Celestrix was kind of left scrambling to make a play, and it all just crumbled. So again, I liked that early start. I liked the early beginning of trying to fight for mid, break that door, break some utility, and draw out some of that defensive capabilities. But this time, it looks like there might actually be a commitment through this. The tripwire judge on the other side.
Oh. That gives a lot of information.
Oh,
Logic only has the judge.
There's no util.
But it doesn't matter. How does that happen? What? They just can't find the kills. Oh no! It's a tragedy on mid.
What is
happening? It's an absolute. Someone call Shakespeare. It really is a Greek tragedy. And they don't have Spike. They don't have any information, but it's only a matter of time, especially Sova's gonna spot them. Goggles finds one, and now it's a 1v3. They know exactly where they are. Lorena from behind, okay. Only a stinger. Spooky has to play this super carefully. Super low.
No way, right?
There's no information. Spike is gonna be planted, so the Reyna knows gonna have it, and they almost. The stinger was almost the perfect weapon there. But for your sake, oh god, that almost a thrown round. What a chaotic round. I don't know how any of that happened. I'm
sorry, I just need a replay of that initial clip. Logic backing up into the box, thinking they have satchels, and
the fact
kill with the classic.
And the fact that they panicked and they were doing like buddy hop jumps to like dodge out of the way of bullets, and then they realized they weren't dying, so they just stopped and got the kill with the Oh my!
If that would have happened
That's-
and then Certipix would have 1v3 clutched, best round of all time. Doesn't even matter. But
That's
Getting against
the
this
kind of
one.
round where the coach pulls everyone aside and goes, "That's never happening again. That's never happening again." Or everyone's dropped. we full reset after another one of those.
Fire in the hole!
Already, Spike
Spike
has been planted.
down
Very
A.
quick play here. Vibe using the showstopper. He's gonna find Logic, but 2 kills go the way of this defense. Spike does go down. Starry noted in the corner there. Can't be wallbanged through yet, but will do so. Fell finds 2 in the process. Certipix doing what they can to stay alive. Actually, it looks like they didn't realize everyone was dead there. Neither did I, as that execute is just super fast and super clean. I think that was, yeah, that was a pretty heavy buy down. Oh,
Yeah, that's a bit rough there. I know we were laughing and joking over it, but the
Last
exec
round
came
in the
through
half.
and they actually invested all 3 ultimates into that one. So they had big ults to get onto site, and they used every single one of them. Only ended up, they got the site and got 1 frag, but lost 2 bodies in exchange. And again, these floods are so immaculate from the side of Team
Right here.
Kinetic, and we were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show, where if you can have these fundamentals and your team play to just play off of each other is better, it feels like that's what's
Scanning
coming out
ahead.
on top these days, and especially after this patch change, it's been so effective. We've seen it time and time again.
Satchel out.
Why doesn't matter with the one way?
Satchel out.
Really able to get something started here, but for your sake, who else but them?
oh, jeez, executed in the back there. Makes it a 4v3. Logic does have the showstopper. Will invest it. Will find that kill. Will find Zapix in the back as well. Logic going crazy. Will do a lot. Find 3. Fell finds the final one. And that's yet another first half
Switching
defense for
sides.
them where they get 10 rounds or more on the board. Oh my.
It has been 3 dominant first halves in a row here, Soren, in the Tenax series 5 quarterfinals. This time, though, I feel like this is going to be such a hard comeback. It was 8-4 on Haven. Team Celestrix were able to get the pistol going, but in that situation, right, they swapped over to the more favorable half, and here, I'm a little bit worried this double duelist might just seem to run away with it. For Your Sake has a shorty, interestingly enough, on the Reyna. So, a little bit questionable, but it's going to have to be an absolute miracle, a Fnatic-esque comeback for Team Celestrix if they want to stay alive here in Tenax Series 5.
Okay, the attack is already looking good. 3 players fall immediately as the hold is just not enough. Certipix finds 1. It's the one playing on flank as Vi sitting over. Needs to do more.
One
For Your
enemy
Sake,
remaining.
jumping with the shorty. Does a lot of damage, but it's not enough. But Fell cleaning up shop, and just like that, round 1 over and done in the books. And that's yet another pistol picked up from Team Kinetic as they look to put the nail in the coffin here. Oh,
Absolutely.
I mean, I just
brutal.
don't even know what to say.
It's
Brutal is the right
much.
word.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? Able to get the pistol there and just overwhelmed on site. Can't really make a retake happen. And we're not going to see anyone buy up here. It's actually going to be the team that lost have the better weaponry. I don't know if they're just trying to extend this one out. We don't want to go to the semifinals, actually. We want to make sure this goes as long as possible. Make the comeback a reality, right?
Yeah, that being said, Starry is going to be found out. Awkward positioning. Again, the gun that gets dropped. No way. They find Logic. No, they don't. Logic, no! It
Weapons be
doesn't
damned.
matter what you buy. Certipix, the last one standing, and they only get 1 with a low buyout like that, and they're going to be broke. Flat broke coming into this very, oh my, what could just be the last round. They're going to be able to get some. Looks like maybe a Bulldog and a Guardian, but a lot are going to have to buy down with no shields. Oh, it's looking tragic.
That's the best way to describe it. I feel like this has been an absolute tragedy in these last 2 maps, but an absolute resurgence for Team Kinetic after a heartbreaking comeback, honestly, on map number 1, where they felt like they were in control and then couldn't get a grip on the game in that second half. But here, have just kept up the dominance, really not let their foot off the gas pedal as they look to close map number 3 out in the exact same way as Lotus, 13-2, and set themselves up for that semifinal matchup against Exalt. Make their way.
The push through alley is going to be very, very successful as no one is really playing for that angle on the defense. And for your sake, I think has used the shorty all 3 rounds of this half so far. Maybe a little bit of BM, but the scattered by is looking to be a deadly proposition as it looks more and more like Celestics are going to go out with... Oh, okay. I was going to say going out with a whimper rather than a bang, but a little bit of chaos at the end there does nothing to deter reality. Team Kinetic, with yet another dominant performance on map number 3, is going to take the series 2-1, technically in reverse sweep fashion.
Yeah. And, I mean, 13-2, 13-2 for those map victories as well. It can hardly get more dominant than that. And so, a bit rough for Team Celestrix. It has to feel bad. So commiserations to them. They did play their hearts out and they had a great group stage, but sadly that is the end of the road for them in this squad here in Tenax Series 5. But for Team Kinetic here, Soren, a beautiful way to continue their life and push themselves, like I said, onto those semifinals against Exalved. They will be very happy with the resilience that they had in those last 2 maps to keep it alive and honestly just keep that dominance up, even with the tumultuous day. I feel like, I mean, coming in with these subs, they really kept their heads on straight and just played their own game, and they came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Celestics, though, you have to give massive props to them. They still did an incredible job. Obviously, games 2 and 3 were very rough, but man, the highlights on game number 1, coming back from an 8-4 position to win that game in pretty convincing fashion. I think only dropping a round or 2 afterwards, after that half swap, is incredible play for them. I really think that this is just very much a symptom of the patch notes. We were talking about how game 1, it just really seemed like Team Kinetic did not know how to work around the retakes, and it was the same for Celestrix, to be completely honest with you, but they were the team that were able to do it more often. But once game 2 rolled around, and also I did notice a player on Team Kinetic did straight up ask, is this the new patch? So I don't even know if they realized they were on the new patch.
It came out hours ago, so I mean, yeah.
Yes. So I really think once they realized what was happening, they made the adjustments that they needed to do. And once Kinetic kind of got their head on straight, it just really felt like it was Kinetic's game to lose. We do finally see the stats here. And I mean, for your sake, you got to give credit. Celestrix actually, Certipix, excuse me, with 20 kills is still an incredible performance. It just really felt like it was a little bit top heavy. 330 ACS, technically the MVP of the match. But man, the whole rest of the team for Kinetic just really pulled their weight, and they were so clinical on the defensive side.
It really felt like
It just
everyone
seems
was
like,
just shooting. Yeah.
yeah, it was like a unbreakable wall. How do you break through that defense? So a very good performance for Celestic, but man, Kinetic were just too good on the day.
Too good indeed. We'll have to see if they can continue this and extend their life just a little bit longer. I don't believe we will be watching them. It will be, I think they will be playing up against, I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but Skyline will be what Kinetic is playing up against. But the next match that we will be watching is actually going to be the team of Catnapper against Celeste, I believe. Or I'm just all over the place.
feel?
It feels pretty great. I had 2 exams today that really kicked my ass, so like it feels good to like get a win for today.
Awesome.
Felt that, felt that. Definitely is a feel good moments, especially, I mean, especially dominant as it was. I mean, those last two maps 13-2, 13-2. But I really want to ask about your guys' general approach today. I know this just is the biggest patch that Valorant has ever seen, fundamentally changing the way the game is played on a macro level. I know it's maybe not the most macro heavy game, but how did it affect your guys' game plan coming into today? I know you said there was a little something that you guys had changed up. A
Yeah.
little fun story.
So in the middle of the first game, or sorry, the second series, I asked, "Is the patch live?" Because I didn't even know. I'm like, I'm playing Viper, like I don't have the the cooldowns or anything. I didn't even know it was live.
Yeah,
So it was a
yeah,
really funny moment. Just in the middle of the second game, like first game, didn't even notice at all.
yeah. Well, you were playing Chamber,
I
right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Viper was one of the agents that was hit the hardest, and I think I even saw your message, and I got a good chuckle behind the screen, going, "Oh, they didn't even realize," which is very funny. But that being said, obviously, game one, very good start, rough second half, but then it was very dominant in the next two games. Did you make any like real adaptations? Did the team realize that you had to change something up, and you made that change that led to those dominant performances, or was the team always capable? It was just a bit of a misplay in map number one.
Map one, they caught us off guard by basically just sitting in spawn, doing nothing. So we made that adaptation for, the second and third map. Thankfully we were on CT, so we could like adapt it right away, and we just got used to and how they played the match, and like we could read it very easily.
yeah. And then I want to ask you just last question. Generally, you're going up against Skyline next. Do you have any words for them before you play up against them?
I'll be honest, I don't know who's on that team. I think my
I
friend
love
Angels
that.
is on
I
the
love
team,
that.
so good luck to them. But
Perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, as always, it's a pleasure having you on for an interview. Thank you so much. I believe we will be seeing you again because we did confirm it behind the scenes. We are going to be seeing the Skyline versus Kinetic match up next. Also, do you want to give a brief shout out to VLR, I believe, who are actually putting us on the VLR webpage? I think this is the first time in history. So, massive shout out to them for putting us on.
तेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना cause I am the Raja cause I am the Raja I am the Raja. Put your back down when you need
squad that has a lot of big names on it, I feel like, or at least names that have been around in the GC scene,
Oh, yeah.
in the Tenax series scene for a little bit. And both of these teams are going to be raring to go here. We didn't get to see Skyline, as they did have a bye coming in as that first seed, so they got to skip straight to the semifinals right here. It was a 13-2, 13-2 map victories after that 13-9 loss on Haven for Kinetic to close out and get to this point. But Soren, this is a single elimination bracket, so the loser will be out, but the winner actually will be going up against the winner of that lower bracket match tomorrow in the grand finals at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this, it's not for all the marbles, but it's for almost all the marbles. And if you lose, you are out. So it is do or die for both of these squads. This should be an exciting match to get started with.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as the top two are the two that get prize money. So whoever wins this locks in prize money. The other team, unfortunately, gets nothing. So this is the do or die. Looking at the maps, though, I think very traditional maps. I don't think there's anything crazy. We obviously see the Ascent, we see the Haven, as well as the Decider. Lotus, Lotus and Haven. Obviously, we've already seen both of those maps today. Ascent is going to be the new one, though. Calling Ascent new feels very incorrect. It is one of the oldest maps in the game now. But to be fair, it's normally, we joke it's a solved map. But with the current patch, the new patch, who knows? Who genuinely knows how it's going to play out? Because it's been a very util heavy map. Also, in recent months, obviously, it used to be made of paper walls, and it used to be like the Odin's playground. Now a lot of them have been reinforced. So that play style has changed over the course of the past year. Now with this change, this Ascent map can be a very different scene than it was just a couple of weeks ago. But we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. I am interested to see if maybe we see some different, duelists come out. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of Neon, who I think is one of the agents that got a lot of the buffs, or at least got a lot of the upside from the most recent nerfs. At least I don't know if a buff is a correct term, but does come out on top of the duelist pile. So I'm intrigued to see if we have anything crazy in terms of duelists coming out, like a Neon.
Yeah, who knows, to be honest, but I think a lot of the duelists are pretty open here. I think Yoru still very good on this map. I think Jet obviously very open, and then as well, I mean, the Waylay has a lot of value here, but I mean, we were seeing on that last map, at least Team Kinetic was leaning into kind of a bit more puggy of a play style. We interviewed Oppie, who was on that Reyna for that last map, so coming in to this one, I wouldn't be super surprised if it keeps along those lines. I do believe, as well, just as an FYI, Fell came back in. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm just talking. I'm just yapping. I'm just yapping. But I think we might be able to see a few different ways as we get into agent select here, and so it'll actually be interesting. So Skyline picking up that double initiator, but with that Teo. And honestly, after the overall nerfs, I like this Teo a lot. I think he indirectly got a lot better because of the nerfs to utility cycling. So the value that his salvos can get in comparison to other initiators has gone up a lot. And then still locking in that Yoru, both teams on this Clove.
Cutting through.
Other than that, though, for Team Kinetic, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. And they will be starting on this attack side, and they want to get themselves off to a strong start here. The attack side of Ascent.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of mid control is what this attacking side wants. Kinetic taking a lot of space. They're trying to collapse in onto this defensive here. They have 3 players, 2 sitting on site, 1 back towards CT. No line of sight yet. 14 are going to be the first to fall. Logic finds Elaborate. Now sight is theirs for the taking. A little bit of info gathered, but nothing too crazy. Logic very low on health, so it's going to play a little bit more aggressive. Be the canary in the coal mines. Will do a lot of damage in the process, but no kills as the kills get traded back and forth. Now Angel, very low. Maybe hoping to find something. Cake Muncher doing what they can on the side, but it's not enough. Spooky with 2, and attackers, after a very clinical and quick round to get themselves on the board. Kinetic draw first blood.
And a great start there as well to open that one up. A beautiful pop play, and I know both you have double info here, so for this defensive side, you have the stealth drone on Tejo as well as the Al drone, and then that recon dart, which is refreshable. But this utility, the Keho flashes, actually got a little bit of a buff. So this underhand flash, the 0 point, obviously the cooldown was changed, but initiator flashes across the board got changed to 2.25 seconds. And so that underhand flash can get an insane amount of value just popping through a smoke, and it can be, I mean, nearly impossible to dodge, right? I feel like everyone has kind of gone up against that moment.
Revealing area.
We saw that last round. Here into this, it's not very heavy of an investment. Angel and Florentia, not a sheriff, but everyone else is pretty standard, keeping it clean. I'll run up some of these ultimate orbs, and you can see for your sake, Oppie already 4 points towards that null commands. Try to once again snowball these halves as they did in that prior series.
Right, the pick in mid is going to give away a little bit of information, especially as it's coming from Tiles, which means they are expecting this B push. You did see that smoke go down from the Clove. We now see a lot of detail being used to push back. The combination of the Clove and the fragmentation grenade finds two, and that entire push out from CT just collapses. Colby has just sitting in the corner, kind of wants to die to Spike, but they're not giving them any room.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
I mean, no, they're expecting it.
As honestly, we see, if you look at the minimap, For Your Sake is actually following them around, which at this point it might actually happen where no matter what happens, For Your Sake will get that ultimate online. The ghost was passed over to them, but it does not matter. Got that ultimate online. That will be a huge tool to have in the next round.
No
But
way.
Colby,
What?
it's 3.
Okay, now
He's
dies.
down, but an insane amount of damage there. Yeah, I mean, I know it was just there was 2 ghosts, and then I believe Marshall brought into that, and so the 2 specters will be able to be brought across, but still good damage and farming up early towards that Armageddon.
Yeah, I don't think that was an amazing idea. I think you play a little bit passively there. Obviously, you kind of almost want Colby to not die so they don't get the extra credits, but on top of dying, they also got a bunch of extra credits from those kills. So Colby's going to be feeling great. Also, like you said, 5 points towards that ult. That's a very influential ult to have early on.
And an early start here in round number 3, the bonus round for Team Kinetic, trying to maybe replicate some of that early success that they had over on the pistol. The null commands popped here, and it's going to be an exec. And Angel's left on site by themselves here.
Yeah, clear this. They will find it. No command is in play, so they're going to be able to get For Your Sake back up and running. So in the end, it's pretty much a 1 for none. Make it 2 as another one falls on site. Logic finds Colby as well. Fortina finally finding something to give the team a spark of hope. Logic is spotted. Rifles are in their hands, but they're struggling to find the kills. And the classic right click. It's been so deadly today, but it's not enough to secure that kill. Man, without that no command, that could be a very different story. But in the end, yet another bonus round secure. The 3rd bonus round, I think, pretty much in a row for this Kinetic side. I'm realizing that in the last 2 games, I don't think they even got to the 3rd round to win it in the last 2 games. So, yeah.
And
wow.
Here early on, I mean, it was just an overwhelm. They were able to buy up 2 rifles there. Here into round number 4, an early post up, just sheriffs across the board. Rentia with the Bucky trying to make a play happen, but gets taken down after getting scanned from that owl drone. So the salvo from Colby delays a little bit, but Logic pushes forward and just makes it an absolute free piece. That's the site there.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh no.
Oh, and the worst part about that was that the show of a shock dart. That wasn't even interrupted because they jumped out. They just
Spike
whiffed
planted.
it. Oh, that's very rough. Don't clip that
okay,
one.
it's
That one's not going in the highlight reel. This was Nico. This was a low buy round. so it's kind of what you expect. Elaborate probably just wants to try to damage Spike here if possible. Don't think that is. They're gonna do a little bit of damage, but no kills. So, hey, at least forcing them to rebuy shields. You take the wins where you can. But that being said, 4 rounds in a row, I don't know if that extra 1,000 credits a piece is going to really make a big difference, seeing as the economy is doing, you could say it's booming for the side of Kinetic. Lowest player has just under 3K. The next lowest has, 5,600. So it's rough.
Operator, though, coming out here for the defense, going to be a huge tool to set up this defense for success. So early knife, but it's just going to be, once again, middle pressure from
Deploying drone.
the attackers of Team Kinetic. This time, they're actually wanting to push through and try to make maybe some sort of A split happen here. The dash across and the stealth drone is broken for the time being. We have 4 players from Skyline. What?
Oh, no.
Straight
Colby,
through
an
smoke?
elaborate fall. Higmuncher does find 2, making it a little equal. Florentina with the op finds another 1. Fell finds 4, though. They're going crazy. Overheal, extra shields. No one help, though. Angel's going to spot them, though. They need to play this carefully. Drone's going to give away their location. Oh, but no shots. Having to reposition. Will they hear Fell? Swing out, and Fell finds the ace! Oh no! Spells tragedy for the Skyline Otters team. They did so much, but Fell goes absolutely nuclear when they're needed the most.
And that is, I mean, what a round to do it, Soren. You're up 4-0. It's the big rounds. Everything's invested, right? Florentia bought that op, and just to ace on top of it. Those first 2 kills, I think, were straight through the smoke, and then just absolute bangers to end it out there.
Get out of my way.
So 5-0, the same exact start that Team Kinetic has had in the last 3 maps. It seems as similar to their name. As soon as they start going, it is just so hard to make them stop. But that's a great opener.
Yeah, the Clove ultimate is being utilized, but time is ticking. They need to find the kill. Finally, they're gonna run out of time before they can, so make it a 3v4, though they are low on guns. Goggles and for your sake find 2 to equal it out. No damage dealt in the process. They still haven't planted Spike. There's still 2 sitting on site. It looks like they're going to try to take Cake Muncher here. They'll find 2, make it 3! As Cake Muncher finds 3 to bring them on the board. Massive round, a thrifty round, in fact. That's going to help out with the economy quite a bit.
An Angel to open that one up from lane with the Guardian. Great work, and kind of just let that one devolve into chaos. A bit unfortunate there, not able to trade that one out. And Cake Muncher, beautiful 3-piece to get themselves around on the board and maybe start crawling back here on the defense, right? This is a sit where you expect the defense to really find their moment and shine. You have 3 ultimates online currently. The other side, just getting that null command for your sake. The second one on the half. Round number 7, Stealth Drone gonna spot out a little bit, and now Logic taken down, so that's your entry duelist gone. And without an Omen in this composition, without that second duelist, you're kind of forced to maybe split or try to force your way through a site, but it can be hard.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a fake.
oh, they almost got the collateral, but without anyone there to play around, pick them up.
Here.
That does mean that KO is just doomed, but they're going to keep 2 back, trying to make sure that they're safe and that they're not going to have someone pick them up.
Have one of these.
A is the site. They don't clear heaven quite yet, and that's it. Colby and Florentia, they're able to pick apart the attack. I mean, they don't even clear heaven, it looks like there. Maybe a little bit of misplay.
I think so, right? It was just mistimed on that exec. It was supposed to be a fake using that null command over towards mid, and it kind of sold it, honestly. But the attackers, the 3 players over towards A main just weren't set up in time to actually capitalize. So 10, 15 seconds went by, and after that ult went down, there was 3 players already there ready to collapse. And like I said, once you don't have that dive duelist to kind of break open that choke point, it can be hard to get through. So round number 8 here, those ults from the last still weren't invested for Skyline Otters, and so they'll have them into this one. And an op back in the hands of Florencia.
Launching missile.
Going for this tree split that works so well, but it's really off the back of what Fell with the ace. But
Oh, possibly an
this is
Armageddon
timing. What is
use
this
here?
timing?
Okay, Cake Muncher sitting in the smoke is gonna find one. Armageddon isn't invested. It's gonna force him out of position. But time is ticking. They need to do something. Logic finds one. Make it 2. Keeping the team's hopes and dreams alive. It's a 2v2 situation. They find the one playing in heaven. But they don't have Spike yet. Now Colby, I don't know if they have to read. No, Lodge is gonna fall, but no one's going to KO. It's close. It's gonna be a duel. It's gonna come down to the
my
shot.
God, it's so
But
messy.
no, and for your sake, closes it out. Gets the spike plants. It was messy, but it was enough. They're gonna get that 6-point marker. They're at least gonna end this half neutral, but they're definitely gonna want to capitalize on it. That's a big round to win.
It's huge, and honestly, the Armageddon was used there for the retake. I feel a bit bad for Colby, if I'm being honest. I think that was one of the ultimates that got changed as far as the size of it goes, and it didn't cover the whole site there. Kind of messed up with that retake, so a little unfortunate there at the last moment. But a great response for the attackers here to get themselves a 6 on the board. Duelist trade back and forth. So that's the big ult for the retake in this one, gone down the Dimensional Drift, right? And early on, I feel like both teams are kind of just very eager to brawl out over towards middle. That's kind of been determining how this has gone, but Team Kinetic, they want to try to re-clear over towards B main. They get this drone, break that camera, but with that, the rotates are already here. There's 3 players, Soren.
Okay, the spray is clean from Colby. A lot of damage being done to this attacking side as they're trying to make something happen. Elaborate sitting in the back. Do they have to read? No, they don't. Logic can't find them. For your sake, can't either. 3 rounds on the board now for this team, and they're looking to come alive here in the second half of the first half. They've already cut that lead down by half. That's a lot of words with half in it. I didn't realize that. But now, very good round for them to win. It's going to really help out the economy and really hurt this attacking side.
Yeah, and it was a great opener. Taking down Fell there, gets rid of those close smokes. And if you don't have smokes to actually go out on a site, I mean, that's why it can be so hard to attack on this map sometimes, right? If you're not getting that opener, or even if you're just going 1-for-1, you lose such a key part of your game plan, and it can be hard to, I mean, make up for that. The flash through flashes Cake Muncher fully, but they'll have to try to re-one-way this. They have that not dead yet, but other than that, there's no way out of this position. This is still
Okay, Hunter's Fury is invested, but so low that Cake Muncher is jumping over it. Still have not cleared it out. Then the decay from the Clove is gonna find, I think, 3 there. Colby on the swing is gonna help clean it up. A lot of low health bars. Not a lot of firepower. Cake Muncher is gonna fall, but Clove Ultimate is gonna be something to play for. They're gonna run them down in lobby. And Spike is down there. So this is a very awkward spot. Rats stuck in a cage. Very few means of aggress. But Fell before on the round. It's a Clove v Clove fight.
Surely not
Super
Soren.
close. Shorty. Shorty is in the hand.
seconds left.
That's a winnable spot.
It would be
Fell.
the second ace of the half for this Clove. But time it's running low. You have 22 seconds.
They're playing
They have
super
to make a move.
passive.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are on the back foot. They need to play this. It's going to be a close affair, but the duck down is enough. Cake Muncher just shoots straight over their head. Fell with their second ace in the half to get their team to 7. Absolutely madness coming out of this Clove.
What is happening? I feel like ever since they swapped to this agent on Lotus, it has just been an absolute tear of form. I mean, we were seeing them play over towards Hobbit on that map, and then just lighting it up on Sunset has not stopped since. The momentum has just been coming through. 2 aces. I don't know if I've ever seen that before here in Tenax, and that's going to give them another lease at life here as far as the buy goes. Both teams will have full money, full command, as well as the knife to be sent out and delay, but it's going to have to be a retake, Soren.
Yeah, the aggression is just too much from this attacking side. Sova super low on the other side of this door, down to just 5 health. Fell playing in this off angle, maybe hoping no one clears it. And, ooh, okay, just to the left of the Cypher cage. Well, they have to play this carefully. Izzo's got a dart, but they're able to get 1. They get 2 before they fall. They're gonna revive because it's Clove. They're gonna find a 3rd. Fel is going absolutely insane. But it doesn't matter. They can't get another ace because the rest of the team cleans up the fight. Okay, this Kinetic team.
It's perfection.
This is insane.
I don't even know what to say. It's
That was
actually
close to 20 kills. It's been one half.
in 11 rounds. In 11 rounds? And I mean, that round, I mean, just on a pixel angle, gets darted, able to get 1 even though they're flash, and then falls backwards, gets the 2nd, and then revives and gets the, like, it's just, God, it's just so hard to even describe. It's just
Get out of my way.
absolute madness coming out here for this side. So Spooky, another opener. Feels like Valencia maybe just wanting to make something happen on their own, get it done.
Okay, Neural Theft is going to give a lot of information. Logic, is just in a very awkward spot. Kind of jumps into those explosions, but Elaborate sitting on the site. Gonna pop the Neural Theft, very low, could die here, will find 1 before falling, but in the end, Spooky, they just find the trades. 4K for this Cypher. That's gonna be the half, 9-3. Kinetic, it's not as dominant as the last 2 games, but it's damn sure close.
And that round, it was just, again, the egos just coming through, just understanding. It's been this whole, I feel like this whole night, right? It's just the individuals coming out, these small moments where it's just the 1-2 trades. And that's what's really been pushing Kinetic over the line in so many of these rounds. It's just the individuals are on such good form, and they're playing together so well. 9-3. As Skyline Otters swap halves over to the attack side. They need to get a pistol. They need to get something going here. They have a lot of big ultimates to maybe try to snowball if they can start farming those up early. But has to start with this round right here.
So play super aggressively to start in the last couple games. You see them push up an A there. It's a little slow, but it's not bad. They do a little bit of damage to that Yoa before the TP out, but Colby finding 1 on their own. And now they're gonna try to push it to B. Spooky's sitting there, can only find 1 though. Door hasn't been shut yet. Fell, has info, finds 1. Door's shut though, they have to back away.
No peeking.
Clove's still available, so smoke's still in hand. For your sake, finds 1 in the process. Now, Spike is down, time is ticking, but the retake comes through. Florentia finds the logic on the push out. This is gonna make a very difficult push, but Fel finds it. The classic is going crazy. Cake Muncher, low health. Fel again with the big plays. 3 more kills this round. 22, 9, and 3 on 13 rounds. Man. Generational
Performance here on map number 1. And so honestly, you have to just feel for Skyline Otters, like, what do you do in this situation whenever a player is just shooting like this? I mean, maybe it's hard, especially on the attack side, right? You can't really go for the 100 Thieves a Sin strat where it's just, we spot out CNED,
see them and
just
run.
avoid them. And like, you can't really do that here with Fel, because I mean, here on the defense, sure, but it's just not the exact same situation. And they lose that pistol. It's going to be sheriffs across the board except for Elaborate. So a bit of a scattered by, but fell with the judge. Not gonna really be seeing any action for the time being as this team eyes up the beast split.
Okay. Angel and Cake Muncher are able to get 2 with the sheriffs in hand. They're recognizing A might be the weak side here, but upon hearing a little bit of presence, For Your Sake is actually going to play up super aggressive. That Cypher camera is going to get a lot of info, though, before getting taken out. They're expecting something on A, but it doesn't look like it. This Cypher is going to have to do it all here.
Yeah.
I mean,
A lot of
Spectre in
utility.
hand, they could do something.
I don't think there's one salvo left, right? So it has to still scout these players out.
Okay. Salvo, not going to find anything spooky. Like super aggressive. Finds one. The distance, not good for the second fight.
30 seconds
Now
left.
it's a 2v3. Full health for all parties involved. It is a Clove and a KO. That's a really good site retake combo, but it's a Tejo and Sova. That might be a little bit difficult. They're having to be super, super careful, clearing out B main, just making sure everything's good. Fell with the shoddy, just not looking in the right direction, and now For Your Sake has to make the choice. Do they want to try to play for exit frags here? Do they just want to try to die? What's the play? Everyone's sitting on site.
It's just going to be to hold
For
them
Your
in,
Sake-
try to, yeah, I mean, take these players down. Make sure they can't keep this money, keep that armor that they bought into this, and do a little bit of damage for both teams, so it will at least have to be a buy-up of that armor. But a beautiful, thrifty round to get Skyline Otters that fourth and give them a little bit of breathing room here. They still have a long road to go. That certainly would be the first step if they want to make this comeback a reality.
Yeah, that is massive. That's also going to undercut the momentum a little bit. Usually when the first 2 rounds are split, that means it ends up going 2-2 after 4 rounds have been played out. So that is a pretty good position. It's the best you're going to do if you're the side of Skyline Otters and you're already this far down and you've lost that first round. But Florentia, again, with that shoddy, hoping to find something. The Tejo utility is being used to great effect, just forcing people out of position. The shock dart from Goggles finds Cake Muncher. Without the Clove, lack of smokes might become a problem here on this defensive hold now from the attack side. Trying to hold off the retake. Florentia sitting in that hell position with a shoddy, hoping someone just jumps down.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, it's
See
really
the
fell
one
on
over
this
in
flank.
tree.
It's going to be the win condition,
Cage
waiting,
they found.
biding their time. Now they go.
Alrighty, spot it from that tripwire, but they need to move. They are running out of time. St. Joseph Colby find one apiece. Angel makes it 2. Same with Colby, who actually makes it 3 on the round. The pair of them just completely eliminate everyone else. And man, they actually do. Never mind, I got it mixed up. They do pick up that 3rd round. That is expected. Here is the round in which, ideally, for Kinetic, you win this. You're going to have practically a full buy. Though we do see a little bit of a trade-off here, as we do see the Operator now in the hands of Logic, but a lot of light shields and regen shields in everyone else's pockets.
And we'll post this Operator over towards mid. Sova there to support, but it's just a default. Just attack side. They want to play slow. Not really overcommit into anything, but I think Colby, again, with this double drone setup, you still have a little bit of that info, and plus Teo has insane amount of utility. We're seeing the salvos find great value. And Colby is a player that we know who has those moments, is an insane shooter when it matters. So great player have to support Florentia in these moments, but again, just very slow start. I don't even know if this Operator has been noted.
No,
It's not going to be.
not at all.
I think they're working back to maybe try to go for some sort of split, drone this off the
Oh.
line, but do they peek beforehand? They do. Elaborate gets punished.
Logic finding that frag with the operator, and that makes the attack side completely question what they want to do, because now seeing that in mid, that means that there's a very good chance for a quick rotate over towards B with that op. They do not want to
30
run into
seconds
that,
left.
so they're going to rotate over to A, but the read is there. Logic finds one, is flash, stuck in the awkward position, finds the third regardless, because they cannot kill them quick enough, and now Angel stuck into an awkward position. Spike is down, but it doesn't matter because Florentia falls as well. The operator is a massive game changer for this defensive side as they pick up that round cleanly.
Oh, that's heartbreak. Honestly, it is. I mean, Logic, a beautiful opener there. It took almost 50 seconds for there to be a first blood, but gets that one on to elaborate, and it felt like after that it was just kind of left scrambling for that attacker's side, and now one less round of room to just play with here. And I think as we see this dart early, scans, gets revealed, so push Logic back off that line, and if they can get this orb here, they will have that big Armageddon ultimate. That was what was working in those 2 rounds that you saw them pick up. It was just these side execs. They're going back to it.
A lot of util being dumped, a lot of damage being dealt to the players sitting over in market. Cake Puncher does find goggles. Do they clear out Spooky in the back line? No, they don't. They don't even land many shots. Spooky needs to do it all. Can't do it on site. 2v3. Fell picking up the rifle, dropping the operator, but the operator will be spotted by them in the back line. Fell's in an awkward spot with that drip wire. Traded 1-for-1. The Cypher is so weak. We see the Global come through. Trying to play off, can't survive, but now it's an op versus the world, and it's not enough. That's gonna be 12th rounds here as they go skin shopping for a better op skin. And it looks like Kinetic hoping to seal out this map 1 quickly here, sending us the map 2. It's gonna be a rough buy as well, I believe, for this attack side.
Yeah, they don't really want to. I mean, I wouldn't either. Let this one get out of hand. Let the comeback be real, as I think they learned from their mistakes in that first series back on Haven. And Logic really has been putting in so much work here with this operator. Fell was that superstar so long, has taken a little bit of the back seat here. Now they have 7 chances to close this out.
I must wait a moment.
Yet again, a lot of aggression. Immediately push out onto A. Ultimate's being invested as well. Hunter's Fury don't think it finds anything really. Not a lot of damage being done in totality. Logic opening up proceedings though, finding Florentia. Without the Yoru, this makes this very tricky. The Armageddon, very well placed. He's gonna find a lot. It's gonna force him into position for him. But Logic's going crazy. Finds another kill. Makes it a 3v2. Dashes into sight. But the shots get whipped. No, they don't. Logic finding 4 on the round to close out the map. And that's Kinetic.
Defenders win.
Toppling the Giants, knocking the first seeds down, taking map 1 in pretty dominant fashion, I must say.
It definitely was, and my God, after they lost that second half of Haven, they have been monsters since then. They have not let up. They've just been on a tear,
Yeah.
and especially, I mean, the individuals here. I feel like this entire map, it goes to the whole team, obviously, but Fell, just 2 aces. My God, like
That's
what
crazy.
the actual hell?
In
Gets the
one half.
3K on the pistol as well, and really just it was doing it all. And then Logic there picking it up and just doing an absolute masterclass with the op. Beautiful stuff from this team. Kinetic able to get that first map in the series and 1 step closer to those grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta give massive props to Phil. Like you said, it's going to be, hey, excuse me. Like you said, massive. I think they were at think 19 kills going into the half. Another 3K got him to 22. They did stall out a little bit. I say that. There's only like 3 rounds after that. But, it did stall a little bit. But you have players like Logic, and that's the really good indicator of a really good team. It's not just you have one player who can absolutely fry. Fel has been doing well all day today, but we've seen Logic go crazy. We saw Marceline go crazy when they were playing a couple of games ago. For Your Sake also went nuts. So the fact that there's multiple players on this team that can come up massive when the call arises, that is a very scary prospect. That being said, this is Skyline Otters. Skyline Otters is a team I think I've casted for them 3 times now this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of them. So this is a really good team. I'm really looking towards Colby. Colby has been a player that has been playing a lot of like the Jet, the Chamber, that big opping role. And the only time I've really seen this team lose, including today, is when they don't put Colby in that position. So I'm expecting game number 2 as we make our way over to Haven. I'm expecting maybe that Chamber, maybe that Jet, some opping agent so Colby can just be set free.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if the chamber was to come out, or the Jet, I would expect it to be the Ascent rather than. I mean, Haven definitely is a map. We've seen it before. We saw it earlier today, so definitely still an option. We'll have to see. Don't want to make too many assumptions here, Soren, but I believe before we head towards that map number 2 of Haven, we are going to throw it to a short little break. Make sure to grab a drink, but make sure not to close out. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with map number 2 of Tenax Series Playoffs.
Hi, my name is Prestige, or Austin, and I'm from Indiana. The characters I play in the game Valorant would be Sky, Omen, and Sage. I guess I'd say the main concern I had before I joined Esports Tower would be the price point. I was like, wow, wait, that's really cheap, and there's so much that comes along with it, and honestly, I was really concerned about that at first. I guess I'd say after I joined, I was pretty surprised on the amount of like good quality coaching I was getting for the price point I was given. I could say I've had a really enjoyable time here. There were a lot of things that I could improve on when I first joined, but I'd say I had a really big aha moment when I figured out that I could position myself better to avoid or outplay the enemy when I'm playing Valorant. I started off pretty lackadaisical. I was like, oh, wow, I could see it myself too. When I was pointing it out and like did a VOD review and I just talked to my teammates, it really improved my gameplay and I've really shot up the rank. I mean, if you're really sitting on the fence about joining ET, all I gotta say is just try it out. It's $5. You'll be pleasantly surprised about the quality of coaching that you get while you're in here. And honestly, if you're like me, you'll have a really enjoyable time while doing so. Props to my coach and props to my teammates that I've had in the past or have currently. I've had a really enjoyable time. I think you will too. I'd say give it a shot.
Alrighty, everyone. Game number 2, Kinetic continuing their dominant streak from series number 1 into series number 2. They're looking to close it out in 2-0 fashion. Meanwhile, Skyline Otters looking to take us to game 3, looking to solidify their spot in those grand finals. Just now joining us, my name is Soren. Joining me is 0-0. What are we hoping to see here as we make our way into Haven?
I'm hoping to see some good darn defense, Soren. That's what I'm hoping for here. I mean, this has certainly been an interesting night for games. A lot of one-sided halves, and then not really having opportunities to really showcase it. But on the the only, I feel like, really competitive map we've gotten to see was Haven back in that first series, where we did see Team Kinetic go up 8-4, and then they ended up losing the map actually 13-9 or 9-13, excuse me. So only able to get one round put together. And here, I just want to see. I'm not sure if we're going to see the same composition. I know Marceline is out, Logic is in for this roster, so maybe some composition changes to kind of compensate for that. I'm not sure if that Harbor is going to be still the play or not, but either way, I think I want to see just a lot of those adjustments that you and I were talking about, right? The holding on site, playing for site rather than just kind of meandering about and just trying to play for retake, because it can be so hard in this day and age after the patch changes today.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm really looking for, by the way, I just want to say, I think you mentioned it there, but I really do want to just emphasize the most competitive half that we have had today through both of these series was an 8-4.
Yeah.
That is the closest half we have had. We've had then, I think, what, a 11-1 and a 10-2, and last time we got a 9-3. So they're getting progressively more,
It went
a
down,
little bit more
it's going
even,
up,
but it's not by a lot. But we do seem to be getting underway here. Agents are picked, and noticing here, like I said, I really like Colby on that opping roll, but it looks like we are going to see them on that contact duelist of ISO. Again, Skyline Otters picking up that double duelist composition. We've been seeing that grow more and more in popularity. Kinetic are going to match them, but they're going to have the Reyna, which is going to be operated by For Your Sake, which we know how deadly they can be on that agent. Meanwhile, Fell back onto that Clove, Logic on the Jet. Honestly, is this the same No, slightly different composition from last game. For Your Sake's on a different agent, but I think everyone else is on the same. So really not too much change for this Kinetic side. All eyes are going to be on Skyline Otters and see how their composition holds up against the onslaught that is going to be this attack.
We'll have to see. This is where they found a lot of success early on, but all over towards mid with Fell finding first blood.
Cake Muncher's gonna fall there. That's their Clove. And then Angel's gonna fall, which is the Sova. So lacking smokes, lacking information. That's definitely not what you want if you're the defensive side. As it becomes a full-on sprint here. Two members trying to play in this mid space, but they're already gone. Colby sitting alone on A, just gets swarmed. And now
Spike planted.
they're gonna do what they
Last
can.
player
No,
standing.
Labrate gets caught with the pants down. Florentina caught looking as well, as it's a flawless attack from Kinetic. I think I'm getting deja vu again, Zero.
Okay. I mean, that is the third pistol round in the series going the way of Team Kinetic, so it is a good start. It's what they want to be seeing. Try to snowball some of these early. I mean, For Your Sake, he got 3 in that round. Won't really have a super impactful ults necessarily like they had with the null command to try to farm up towards, but still, excuse me, able to bring a Vandal into this with full armor. Pretty strong buy for all these players, and Kobe actually bought full armor and a Sheriff into this round, so very interesting. With this ISO pick, you really want to try to lean into those rifly rounds, but Cake Muncher once again falling first here. B-site looks to be into destination.
For Your Sake picking up that Vandal is going to be a massive game changer as the dart gives away the location of the player sitting on site. They're going to fall. I don't think they're really doing that much damage. Colby is trying to use the Sheriff, but the shots are just going wide. They're playing for it. They tried to go for the knife. Oh, that's a lot of BM. Okay, kills are starting to go the way of this defensive side. The attacker finally starting to just play the game again. For your sake, second kill on the round. Killing the player sitting in garage. And now they know where the Sova is. Angel. I don't even know if it's worth playing for. At this point, you probably just try to die to stud. Nope, never mind. Fell. Gonna catch him when the spike falls. It's another. It's not flawless, but 3 players left standing. Rifles still kept. This is a very dangerous position. Definitely going against a Kinetic side that is now chronically taking round 3s.
They have been so good at converting them, and I'm more worried about the fact that Colby bought down there, so we'll have a Sheriff into this one full armor as well. There'll be Angel with a half armor and Guardian, and this composition on the defense, this double duelist Fnatic comp that really has been in the meta for a little bit now, but went away slightly. You really want to lean into these duelists to try to fight early for that map control, and then take it, hold, and allow your Yoru to rotate around. And really, this ISO is the spearhead of this comp to be that facilitator for the rest of their team. You only have a Sheriff. It can be a little bit more difficult, but the pause has been called. The drone from Angel will spot out a little bit of info. I think, yeah, For Your Sake is noted, destroys that, but you still have 3 players here. And so, just biding their time.
Looks like they're going to try to explode on the site. That smoke might help them out quite a bit, but Pigmuncher will be spotted and will fall. Never mind. It helps them none. As with that explosion on the site, they find 3. Florentia does have rifle. Both players actually have rifles.
Just a save.
Wow. One of the first ones we're going to see in this series, as they just realized there's no way we're going to do anything in this 2v5. Not even going to play for exit frags. They're just going to save.
Another bonus as well converted. This team, I mean, I know they lost round number 2, so weren't really able to get that bonus that didn't even exist, but every time they've been set up for one, it seems like they've been able to convert. They're so good for this. And over towards the A side, I liked the setup. They had 3 players there, Soren. That's about as good as you can ask for. And they had that Sugar Zero smoke to play on in sight, but Cake Muncher pushes forward into the smoke rather than playing around it with their teammates and goes down first for the 3rd time in a row. And I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but you can't go aggressive like that. And so on this defense side, need to find a solution, and it needs to be fast here because Team Kinetic, this momentum that they have going, it seems like they're just an unstoppable object right now.
Keep them cornered.
Yeah, and at some point the mental game has to be taken into account. I mean, that was a very dominant win, and normally you go GG go next and GSA, that was a one-off, but we've been seeing Kinetic play ungodly well for the whole day today. At what point do you just have to think to yourself, maybe Kinetic are just insane? Maybe they do just
I know
win
that.
this.
These guys are so much.
But we do see a little bit of a stall here from the Kinetic side. This Clove in the back line is going to find 1. Cake Muncher won't be the first to fall, but will be the second, as they do find 1. I mean, taking down the Reyna, I mean, For Your Sake is a big player for this team. Oh, a little bit of awkward play from Logic. And just like that, the attack kind of falls apart. And now it's just the Clove left standing. They have no info on where they're playing, but they have the right idea. Keeping their eye on CT. There we go, Elaborate. I mean, 4 left standing, that's a pretty good response. I don't know how much that's down just to the chaos of what happened, but they'll take any round they can get.
It was chaotic there, but Cake Muncher pushed up. They found the 1 frag, surely got traded out, but what that allowed was for the rest of the team to rotate over towards A, and you saw that crossfire. The dart came out, They even scanned Angel in that corner, but it didn't matter. There was too many bodies to deal with. And so they get the first round on the board. Finally a response to try to streak something together here. Neither team really having a lot of ultimates. Start out here, Florentia jiggling and spotting out a little bit of info over towards middle, but
Alrighty. A lot of spraying through walls, not really finding anything in response. They've taken a lot of space in this garage area.
yeah, look at Logic pushed up through window, and it looks like Colby might be aware. Timing.
Oh. Valorant timing coming in massive for 4 years' sake. Popping the Empress as well. Gonna put a lot of pressure on this team. Logic finds the one sitting in garage. The flash out, but can't see Cake Muncher on the other end. But in the end, they get what they want out of it. Logic finding Elaborate on the other side too. And now there's just 2 players sitting over, leaning towards A.
No
That
peeking.
dart will give away some
player
information, but it's just a massacre. They try to walk through, they get spotted. Angel doesn't get hit by the dart, but the location's given away anyway, and they're just fish in a barrel, ready to be shot at. As a very good response. 4 left standing, bringing us to 4-1 here. Kinetic looking very strong yet again.
A bit unfortunate there. Both Colby and I believe Florentia kind of fell to unfortunate circumstances, right? Checking one angle, and as soon as that happens, they get swung. But that's what's going to happen whenever you don't really have anyone to watch your back, and so they instantly have to be pushed down to, and it's just an awkward buy, but no one's on the same page here. Again, you have 2 players who buy down, and 3 of them aren't really
Okay.
on the same page, and this can be difficult, right? Once this starts to happen, you can really get a coherent buy together, and Elaborate takes down, or is taken down by Logic, excuse me, and that was one of the players who bought a rifle, so that's gone, and now your Cypher Tripwires are down. You have to have Colby backfill the space in C.
Okay,
It's just a
goggles.
tear.
Yeah, finds 2, but with Elaborate falling, oh, they have to clear Colby here. This could be disaster if they don't clear. Oh, they do look, but they don't actually full clear. Tragedy there. You have to give them that
player
respect.
standing.
Colby taking the shock dart. That's actually going to break the shield. I mean, Colby falls, and now it could have been tragedy, but it looks like it is still winnable here for this attacking side.
Oh, look at
Angel.
this.
No, they can't. They rotate back to A, but you have to be careful. Not with a knife out. Logic sitting in the back. 5 on the board. Colby, if they win that fight, could be a completely different story there. Makes it a 2v2. Who knows what happens afterwards. But man, checking and not actually fully clearing that corner is actually devastating. The coach is
It
definitely
is.
going to have word with them after this
Yeah,
game.
but, I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point, right? I mean, they get the round anyways, and so... And this is what I'm talking about. What is this buy here, Soren? 2 players buying down, and now, like, they're never going to get on the same page. Then we have 2 sheriffs, a Bucky. It just feels like they've given up. I don't know. It feels like no one really is doing much, but Florentia able to at least get 1 in response, put down to 25 HP. The site over towards A is given up, and now Cake Muncher has to do it all. But I don't know. I feel like they're grasping at straws.
Well, okay, they pop the ultimate, but they're surrounded by
Spike
enemies,
planted.
so they just die again. So that's the Clove ultimate gone. Florentia
Last
trying to
player
do what they
standing.
can, doesn't check the right corner, and with only 25 health, they're just doomed to die. Elaborate with what is that? 109 health combined with their shield. Can they do anything in this 1v3? They'll be able to see Spooky first. They will have the opportunity. Goggles is weak. They check the right corner. But there's just too much firepower. 6-1. And I like to always point it out, that means no matter what, it will at least end as a neutral half for them. But I don't think with this momentum that's going to be the case. They're looking to end this series now. Everyone's firing on all cylinders. For your sake, yet again, going crazy. 9-2-4. Goggles also been a bit more of a utility player this whole day, really. Have been getting some good kills, but not been at the top of the leaderboard. Now 9-1-2, having their moment to shine.
Right here. And if there would be a time to do it, to get around on board, this would be the one, but I'm saying that as Angel rips that Hunter's Fury right off the bat. I just think gets a little bit of spam onto someone. Florentia walks down off of that pressure as the plant goes down towards
Spike
C.
planted.
The timing.
Colby has no shields.
Just passed through ships in the night.
Okay.
And there's the big hole for the retake. It's gone.
I mean, there's... Okay. Florentina. Florentia is going to find the one, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion the mental game is starting to get fried. We are starting to see a lot of little mistakes coming out from this defensive side. SKYL and others have been a very, very good team throughout the entirety of this tournament. I think they only dropped one game and only a couple maps across the entirety of the group stages. But here, they are really struggling against this kinetic side.
It just feels like they can't get on the same page here once again. Colby lies down that rifle, so has no armor, but still has that big ultimate online. And if they can find an opportunity to use it, it might be able to turn the tides. You still as well have the dimensional drift in the back pocket, but it really is going to come down to these big ults, and they need to make a stand now. At least try to get a few rounds connected here, at least 3. You'd like more, potentially, but it's just very passive from Team Kinetic here, not wanting to be exposed to anyone's aggression, as we can see. I mean, Florentia pushed down over towards C, has that space, but other than that, it's just everyone holding towards sites.
Yeah, a lot of space being taken by this attacking side. And over on B, Logic finds Colby. Cake Muncher's gonna do something. Taking down for your sake. It's caught with utility out. It's gonna hit Fell with the decay, but decay only lasts so long. As it looks like B is where they want to go.
30 seconds left.
Oh, notably, Florentia on the flank did not see Clove. Don't know if they're gonna go through window. This might be a very good opportunity to cut off this rotation from Fell. Meanwhile, Angel finds a double there. Logic fighting on site. Fell finds Florentia. And now it's 1v2. This is a very winnable position. A lot of low health bars though. Into the smoke. Do they catch it? Oh! There's the Clove ult. The revive comes through. They have to catch it. They will. Okay. Angel with the technical ace. I don't think it's on 5 individuals, but they'll get it. And they will get the defuse. They'll stop the bleeding, even if it's momentarily, after a lot of chaos. And I think maybe even a lucky collateral. But a round is a round. They'll take any win they can get at this point.
It's heroics from the Sova player here for Skyline, but it doesn't matter. It gets them the rounds. It gives them a lifeline here. I mean, it's going to be able to drop Colby a rifle as well. So, again, still 2 of these big ultimates, the dimensional drift and that kill contract online to play for these retakes, to play for a potential disrupt of the plant that we were talking about. You want to fight for backside, and Florentia, great opener over towards C onto Logic.
They are going to run in. Lambert's going to be spotted, get a little bit of damage to the wall, but nothing crazy. Lambert's still sitting in the corner. Colby gets felled over by Log. Splash comes through, but Fell doesn't care. Fell finds another. Lambert going crazy, finding 2 of their own as well, though. And now, 2v3. The attackers are split. Spike not on site. They don't have to play for it. But the Sova is in a bit of an awkward spot. A good double swing will do it.
Spike down.
Cake Muncher to be the one to secure it. Spunky gets noted. Takes a little bit of damage in the process. Have to play this super carefully. They have to be super patient. Clear every corner. Checking behind them. Will they Be diligent. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't see Angel. Elaborate's the one that get the kill. That's the second round in a row for him. That's a big turn of momentum for this Skyline Otters team.
It certainly is. You get that third round, and I mean, there's again still not having to invest these ults. It's really off the back of Elaborate, holding back sight, and getting that done. And again, a beautiful 1-2 swing over towards Goggles. So fundamentals coming out on top at the end of the day here, and continue to streak these rounds together. Get more. It's going to be a very competitive map. I know that it's different comp, but still, Team Kinetic didn't have the best of luck on their defense side, so that's what Skyline just needs to keep telling themselves, right? They still have plenty of room to play with. They just need to get to the other side, try their luck. Tripwire broken. Pressure, once again, is going to be on Elaborate to do it all.
They're unaware, but if they would have taken the C there would have been only one player. Everyone else sitting on A. They're not aware of it. Spooky is going to fall as the defense pushing up super aggressively. Florentia will be found. They're going to keep running. Colby going to find one. Do what they can to hold off this push, and they line up for him. Playing aim labs in the background is going to get him caught out, but still, it's a wonderful round for him. That's now a 3v1. Goggles needs to do everything here, but has no information to play with.
30 seconds left.
A big 1v3 here on the cam.
Okay.
We'll spot this out. So it's the tag, has to take out this spy dart. But I think with that, here's the, knows what's gonna happen. Jump. Great little swing from Cake Muncher to get that one sealed up. And 4 rounds on the board here after what was a devastating start for Skyline Otters. They've managed to claw back some of these rounds and now are actually looking to be in an advantageous spot for the last round of the half. But Logic actually, interestingly enough, will bring out this attack operator, something we really haven't seen since, again, I mean, it was For Your Sake on the chamber in that previous series, on this map specifically, but Logic gonna try to maybe spot out any jump peaks, but
Okay. Florentia is going to take a lot of damage there as the door is broken. They're going to read the player sitting close. Yeah. I do want to say, with this 4 rounds, at a minimum, we're going to get a tied half of the most competitive half we've had so far. But a 7-5 would be a very nice scoreline again, especially after the last time we saw Haven played. Kinetic just kind of collapsed on the attack side or the defensive side, so Skyline Otters still have a chance.
Kinetic are playing very slow here. They don't want to really overcommit to anything. They're trying to break this side for util. Got a lot of question marks. And as we can see from the minimap, it's actually just a full retake setup over towards A. You have 3 players there. You have Dimensional Drift, Tarkus Fury, Kill Contract all to work off that, and it's going to be the same plan for C as well. This is a free site to give up.
30 seconds left.
Okay.
A little bit of info, but how does this go about?
Tarkus Fury is invested to deny the plant, and Fell is actually going to be felled in the process. That's going to be huge. The Dimensional Drift is going to be utilized by Florentia, and just like that, the push through is insane. And on the final round of the half, we finally see someone really put an end to the dominance of Kinetic here. 7-5. They're still not the winning side, but they'll take a 7-5 half. They have the momentum going into their attack with this double duelist setup. They're going to be feeling really good.
They have to be 4 in a row there. Resurgence towards the end of the half. And now they swap over to their favorite side, right? I was saying at one point, if they could get 3, they would be in a good spot, or an okay spot. If they could get 4 or more, they would definitely be happy with that result. And more is what they got indeed. So here on this pistol, it's going to be really, I'm going to be looking at, again, Goggles to take this one full force and really needs to go huge here. As we can see, it's just going to be an all-out exec onto this A site.
Alrighty, it looks like it's going to be aggressive, and with that, Goggles is going to back away. Or at least play a little bit farther back on site. We'll get a little bit of information, and we'll spot one through the smoke is massive, while the rest of the team finds kills apiece. Cake Muncher, though, he's going to find 2.
Last player standing.
Now, what happened? Everyone else died. Cake Muncher just gets 3 there. For your sake, lurking through, might catch Angel off guard, will do so. Now, it's a 1v1. No you till the playoff for your sake. Just has to rely on the aim! Gets the 3rd on the round, gets the win. Just confirming the kill in the process as well, of course. Just really confirming that kill. But that is a massive round. They almost threw it away, but probably really want to confirm that kill. That's a huge round. Yet again, another pistol that gets picked up by Kinetic.
If I act superior, it's because I am.
Oh my, I love that. The temptation
We love when
Kinetic
players get a little emotional. It's always great. Makes for better
but that was,
competition.
I mean, the 4th pistol round going the way of Kinetic, and twice in one half, twice in one map, excuse me, for your sake, getting a 3K and bringing that one across the board. So great job to get themselves off to a good start here on their defense side. Another Vandal picked up, but it's going to be full stingers for Skyline Otters.
Okay. Gonna try to get another really aggressive push into A, but now with the gun advantage, they're gonna be met with open arms. Goggles finding 2, fell with another one, and now it's gonna be a 3v2. Well, they expect logic. Elaborate did pick up the Stinger, so has a little bit more to play with. This Jet only has a Sheriff. Okay, yeah, logic will fall. Makes this a 2v2. This is a winnable position for this side. It looks like A is where they are going to continue to lean towards. Colby.
Look at how low these players are. They have to try to make a step or make a play, but they made a step, and now I think the jig is given up. Can pick up that Spectre. Get the sight down, but for your sake, I mean, just insanity dropping down like that.
Vandal. Yeah, okay. For your sake, picking up a Vandal in that round definitely does help, but it doesn't really come necessary as the rest of the team leans on the Cypher there. Spooky getting that final kill. That is 9 rounds on the board. No, notably, it's the pistol and Eco. Now, here's where it can get scary.
And I don't hate the Singer buy. I don't hate the Singer buy. Soren, because honestly, it has good value, or it has good statistics on that buyback. It's a good try, but not able to get it done. And what that does is it puts them behind as far as ultimates. Logic picking up this Outlaw will be hugely impactful. And Colby, once again, forcing down. So no matter what, unless they win this round, not going to have a full buy into the next. And Spooky, and spoiler in this corner, but the window is going to be the in destination, and that's a great opener.
Absolutely, the contact play coming in huge. Spooky is going to be spotted out, but not tagged up. Will help get rid of the shield. Collab from Logic, do a lot of damage in the process, but now 2v3. Bucky in the hands of Goggles. Okay, this is a winnable position. The slow turn from For Your Sake is terrifying. Spike is going to be planted. Now, For Your Sake does have a Vandal. This is a very winnable spot, especially as it doesn't seem to have the read. Oh no,
they split up. They split up.
My ult right.
1v1. Well, they have the read. Colby needs to win this. Can catch him off guard. Catches him looking the other way. And that is the round. The bonus for the first time this series is not picked up by Kinetic. 9-6. It's still a very winnable position for them as well.
So dangerous, yes. But Colby had that investment and it ended up paying off. Now with the kill contract online as well, the whole team will be able to afford rifles here in round number 16. And if they can start cycling these ults, just finding success on these sight hits, you might be seeing a flip of this narrative. It's actually nice while that gives for your sake a little bit of a safety net there. Get out with their life, and the entire team of Skyline Otters want nothing to do with this A side. They take their time and they back up.
Yeah, we yet again see a lot of this. No way. Okay, for your sake, just catches Florentia looking the wrong way.
You and me.
Okay, kill contract is used. It's gonna find the player over on C. But Logic wins it out, and that makes a very awkward position, especially as that means C is not for the taking, and they're gonna deny it. Stone-walled, flawless, in fact, as they approach and they hit that double-digit marker.
That's a brutal way to go down there. Flawless in fashion. And so double digits is hit. They have the finish line in sight here to go on towards that next race of the grand finals. And Soren, it's so close. If they get this one online as well, huge. The Hunter's Fury in the hands of Goggles. One has really stepped up this half. Dart broken, so a little bit of information given. Look at that.
Okay, so much space taken in the mid space. For your sake, finds one, fell with a second. Have to be careful, they might be caught out here, but they both back away to safety. They're just changing the tempo. They were playing very passive over on A, but they don't see anything push up, so they push out in mid. Now they push out late onto A. They catch the one over in C main, and now Angel only has a sheriff. They're just gonna go hunting. I mean, this is enough firepower to do some damage, but I think it's no. Okay, never mind. That is just gonna be 11th round on the board.
Watch them run when
Okay, notably here, one thing I am worried about is we are yet again in a very similar position that we saw in the last half, where Colby is not able to full buy out. They bought down for the last one, so it's gonna be sheriff and heavy shields for them only.
They'll try their luck again over towards A this time. Same setup from the defense side. It's worked well, so why switch it up? You don't need to. Just for your sake, over towards short. Dart broken early. And an opener. On to elaborate. So tripwire's down, but it doesn't matter. Full force onto this A side.
Okay, Cake Muncher and Florentia are gonna do what they need to. Find 3, make this a 3v4, but Colby just walks in to the meat grinder. Fell now overhealed, has a lot of extra health. Making extra shielding. Fell is going crazy. Clove is up. They need to be careful of any corners.
Okay,
Cake Muncher finds 2. Angel finds a 3rd, and it almost looks like it's falling apart. But it looks like they're able to get themselves over the line. 7th round on the board. They're not over yet.
They hold on by the skin of their teeth there to get themselves another round. Just overwhelming those players over towards short. Maybe that's what needs to continue to be done. Right, for this attack side, just 4-1, go at it. Like it's a ranked game, just try to overwhelm the sites, make sure that no one can really be comfortable in their setups. Here it is, Hunter Fury offloaded. Dimensional Drift to follow suit. Maybe order operations isn't quite there on that one. Spooky taken. Now elaborate. Soren. Snap is all flipped over.
Yeah, absolutely. The defense is on the attack side, and the attack side is on the defense. What is going on? Plant is gonna go down. It's literally planted deep. Fell's gonna find Cake Muncher, who's been a key piece, a catalyst for this team, you could say, as they push out into CT. For your sake. Finds even more. It's not done and over with yet, but it's looking like they're putting the final nails in place to be hammered down. this is going to get them to round 11. And man, I'm going to look at this buy. I think this buy is going to be very scattered. Cake Muncher and Colby both bought down heavily. This might end up being a tragedy.
We'll have to see. There's still 5 chances left. 5 lifelines to stick in this tournament. Tenax Series 5, the loser goes home. The winner goes towards those grand finals tomorrow. Guaranteed $200 in your pockets. A chance. The 400, but 4 ultimates on the other side. An early peek from Logic. Dash back, but it's just going to be an all-out assault on this C site. You have 3 players here already to support, though.
Okay. For your sake, finds one. Fell. The other side of the map is going absolutely nuclear. Again, they fall, but the Clove ult comes back, and now it's just ISO. Make it 0 as it's 13-7. Kinetic on their dominant run. Just close out the semifinals in 2-0 fashion. Wow.
I mean, this just looks like a completely different squad, just absolutely dominant in every sense of the term, Soren. Beautiful, beautiful display of performance. And honestly, Team Kinetic, they are living up to their name. They thrive with the momentum, and man, if this is how they look going into the grand finals tomorrow, it might be just a clean 3-0 sweep. I'm not sure. I mean, it was just all out, and it just felt like no matter what the case was, every single map there was someone showing up to pop off. And I want to shout out Oppie, who we got to interview earlier. Life dropping the ball once, and so I mean, that kind of does it. I mean, carries them across the line and gets them to their final destination.
Yeah, absolutely massive. You're absolutely right. For your sake, otherwise known as Oppie. I mean, coming in as a sub, by the way, they were a sub, and God, just insanely good performances. They're topping the leaderboards today, this map. I believe they were close to the top in the last map. They topped, I think, in maybe 2 of the games in the last series. They have been absolutely massive as we do see the stats come through here. And yeah, it's really difficult to play a game when you have someone dropping 300 ACS on you.
Yeah.
It's just, I cannot give them enough credit.
It's hard not to. I mean, taking the initiative on defense and attack and really finding their stride. Skyline Otters, unfortunately, will have to have their exits from the tournament so far. They played a phenomenal regular season, just unfortunately couldn't get it done here in the playoffs. So that will be all we see from them. But Soren, I believe we will be having an interview once again with Team Kinetic.
Yeah, absolutely, we will. So, with that being said, we are going to send it over to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have an interviewee in the call. We'll be able to ask all the questions. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Hi, my name is Prestige, or Austin, and I'm from Indiana. The characters I play in the game Valorant would be Sky, Omen, and Sage. I guess I'd say the main concern I had before I joined Esports Tower would be the price point. I was like, wow, wait, that's really cheap, and there's so much that comes along with it, and honestly, I was really concerned about that at first. I guess I'd say after I joined, I was pretty surprised on the amount of like good quality coaching I was getting for the price point I was given. I could say I've had a really enjoyable time here. There were a lot of things that I could improve on when I first joined, but I'd say I had a really big aha moment when I figured out that I could position myself better to avoid or outplay the enemy when I'm playing Valorant. I started off pretty lackadaisical. I was like, oh, wow, I could see it myself too. When I was pointing it out and like did a VOD review and I just talked to my teammates, it really improved my gameplay and I've really shot up the rank. I mean, if you're really sitting on the fence about joining ET, all I gotta say is just try it out. It's $5. You'll be pleasantly surprised about the quality of coaching that you get while you're in here. And honestly, if you're like me, you'll have a really enjoyable time while doing so. Props to my coach and props to my teammates that I've had in the past or have currently. I've had a really enjoyable time. I think you will too. I'd say give it a shot.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have Goggles here in the call with us. Massive performance from you and the team to secure your spot in the grand finals. And I think I'll start with the questions here. I mean, it's been a long day. You go through 3 games in the previous series, you 2-0 here, but it's been a very good day for the entire team. How's everyone feeling? How are you feeling after these big wins and securing the grand finals?
Yeah, the team's we're doing good. We're very happy with the performance after the first map. After that one, we kind of realized we needed to lock in a little bit. Calls definitely on my part. We're getting a little more serious, and while we're here for fun, we're here to win. We're competitive, so it's all around a good day. We're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and that's good to hear. And just to follow up on that a little bit, it was the first map right where against your previous squad of Celestrix, or not your previous squad, but the previous squad of Celestrix, where you guys ended up going up 8-4 and then were only able to really get one on that defensive side. And after that, though, it kind of just felt like you guys were in control of every single moment this series. I mean, there was a point where Fell literally got 2 aces. Was the confidence just through the roof after that? Was there a talk that you guys had in between that Haven and the next Lotus map that had you guys just raring to go? Or what was kind of pushing you guys to have such a dominant performance? Because I feel like you guys have definitely been a competitive team, but it seems like the best that we've seen you in this current form.
I mean, you can even see on the Haven first half, we were really dominant there too. We ended
Yeah.
8-4. So it was kind of just the fact that we couldn't really adapt to what they were doing on attack on Haven. Was rough with our comp and what we did. It was, we're a pug team. We've played a bunch of different agents, and a bunch of different players have played throughout the entire Tenax series, not just today. So having a set comp wasn't really something we did. We didn't really have any scrim time or anything like that.
Yeah.
We just pugged it and we played for fun. And we were really good first half, and then second half it kind of crumbled and fell off the deep end a little bit. But we really brought it back in for the rest of the series to finish everything off 13-2. So
Absolutely. Well, I do have one question. Yeah, I know the viewers, if you've watched me throughout the last couple of weeks, I love to stir the pot a little bit, cause a little bit of drama. It's good for the heart, keeps everything pumping. But as of right now, I believe we don't know between Catnappers and Exalted Monarchs who is going to be winning that series. I think they're in game number 2 right now. So, you know, as for you or your team, do you have a preference? Would you like to be facing anyone down in the finals in particular?
I personally don't have experience playing either team. However, I do know Catnappers kind of has a name for themselves in the program of Game Changers. I would really love to go up against them and test my calling and test my teammates about how well we can play against such an established force.
For sure. And just one more question here to close it out. Is there any shout outs or anything that you have to give to anyone before the grand finals tomorrow?
Shout out Faded, our coach who's at work right now. Appreciate all the work that you do for us to set everything together. Shout out 10X series in general for being so uh easygoing, or not easygoing, but being just so supportive through the whole e-sub thing that we had going on today. We really appreciate it as a team that we were able to still compete and start winning today. So excited to play tomorrow and looking forward to a really good game.
Thank you. Congrats
Awesome.
as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations, Goggles, for securing those finals slot. Thank you so much for also the interview. Can't wait to see how you guys perform tomorrow. But with that being said, I think that's going to be it for us tonight. It's been a long day. 5 of 6 possible games played out before we send it 0. Any final thoughts, any final words for the viewers at home?
No, just want to say thank you guys for popping in today. Thank you as well to you, Soren, and thank you to our wonderful producer, Cecilius. But yeah, make sure to tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time because, man, if this is how today went, I can't wait for tomorrow. Best of 5. It's going to be even more
Oh,
bangers
yeah.
going on.
Yeah, absolutely. The competition's only gonna get fiercer with the grand finals tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. So, from everyone here at the TEDx series, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you then. Good night.